Chapter 488. When we returned to the Rhino bar, Catalina still had a dazed expression. Her face was filled with panic, as if she had suffered some major psychological blow. She discovered that her father was hiding many things. She discovered that she wasn't human. She only panicked and didn't collapse. This proved that although she appeared weak on the outside, she was actually quite strong on the inside. However, the moment she entered the bar, her panicked heart caused her to instinctively look towards her father for help. Seeing Katerina like this, old man Barton, the bar owner, felt his heart ache with worry. He immediately glared at me. As for the others, they didn't care why a barmaid and a gambling addict had suddenly disappeared or what had happened to them. They all had their own things to do. In the middle of the bar's main hall, two plainly dressed traveling merchants were tied to chairs. Their personal belongings were all placed on a table to the side, and the most eye-catching item was a black silver skull pendant. That was the symbol of the Death Council. It seemed that we were overthinking things. This time, the Death Council's evil cultists weren't locals. They were free traveling merchants acting as a disguise, and judging from their unrecognizable appearances, they most likely didn't live in the town at all. They had set up camp outside the city. This was also an expected result. I had already patrolled the nearby towns and hadn't discovered any undead mages. However, the fact that they were living outside the city faintly hinted at another fact. These two weren't strong enough to survive alone in the wilderness. There were quite a few of them, and it was highly likely that they had their own camp. If that was the case, things would become complicated. This is troublesome. It seems that they aren't just random evil cultists, but rather members of the organized Death Council. They're probably just scouts. In that case, the Dragon Lich has most likely alerted them. They might take action at any moment. I was able to deduce all this in such a short period of time. This could only mean that I was far too experienced in dealing with trouble. I didn't believe that they would be able to guess it. Perhaps the enemy's reinforcements were already on the way. I was currently thinking about how to secretly warn these rookies so that they could quickly force out this information so that they could deal with it. I've already confessed. Don't kill me. There are 50 of us, and Priest Black Eye is the leader. He's a saint-rank undead mage. All right then, this idiot was probably just an ordinary person not long ago. Even though stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements was clearly the best choice, he actually sold out his teammate. It would be difficult for anyone to save him. I glanced at everyone else who had expressions of realization. Is this a competition to see who is more stupid? Don't compare them to you. It's not fair at all. How many people in this world have more experience than you in causing trouble and being hunted down? I could only helplessly shake my head as I watched these youngsters hastily interrogating each other. I turned my attention to old Barton. At this moment, the black-clothed man behind me was so excited that he couldn't help but tremble. If I didn't stop him, I was afraid that there would be a good show to watch. By the way, why should I stop you? This guy forced me to wash the dishes yesterday. I'm his master who taught him martial arts. No matter what, I can be considered half a mentor. How could he treat his mentor like this? He's simply inhumane. Didn't you say you would wash the dishes to pay for the wine and the debt? As for his attitude towards his teacher, although I had a lot of things I wanted to say, I really didn't know where to start. The only thing I agree with is why we should stop him. Let's just watch the show. Yep, I don't think it's because I'm angry at that guy for feeding expired milk to his cat. The silly cat instantly self-destructed something. However, we exchanged glances and then simultaneously pointed at the bald Barton. Look, that damned bald guy is Barton Anton. Barton also paused in surprise for a moment, but before he could react, a fragrant wind blew past him, and a soft, fleshy feeling against his body caused him to freeze in place. The next moment, the beautiful pear blossomed, and tears streamed down her cheeks like rain. Wah, my pitiful child, you're already so old. I've made you suffer. Dad, Mom's here. Stay with Mom from now on. Mom won't let anyone bully you. No matter how I looked at it, a blonde girl who was no older than 20 years old was hugging a burly, bald, middle-aged man and shouting, "My son, you've suffered." This scene was so beautiful that even though I expected it, I still almost spat it out. We were already prepared for this, and the others in the bar were even more ridiculous. Those who were drinking spat out water, and an unlucky dwarf accidentally tore off a piece of his wooden beer mug, chewed it to pieces, and swallowed it before he realized what had happened. Tui, old Entrick, was scared to death. "Barton, brat, is that your mother? Your mother looks much younger than you do." "Yep, she's also much prettier." "Are you really her son?" "The almighty Aichi, you're so different." "Idiot! Can't you see that pointy ears belong to an elf?" "Right. How can an elf give birth to a pure-blooded human? It's inconceivable. Just what species is his father?" "Huh, I don't know what species his father is, but he's definitely ugly, even uglier than old Entrick. Otherwise, how could such a beautiful mother have such an ugly son?" "Uft! All right then." As expected of the dwarves who were straightforward and outspoken, the dwarven shield-bearer and his companion's explanation caused a second wave of water spitting. For a moment, everyone's attention was completely focused on the criminal being interrogated. The fierce bar owner actually had such a beautiful mother? What gossip could possibly be more attention-grabbing than this? The most pitiful person right now was probably old Barton himself. At first, he was scared stiff, but now it wasn't that he was seduced by the beauty, but that he was unable to break free at all. That's right, as an outstanding warrior, he discovered that his arm felt like it was being wrapped around by a giant python. Even his bones were cracking and his entire body was in pain. Forget about breaking free. If this continued any longer, he would probably suffocate to death. He no longer had the strength to speak. In his despair, he turned his attention to that unreliable master of his. When he saw that Barton nodded, indicating that he understood, he finally relaxed. "Barton is so happy. He told us not to disturb the mother and son reunion. All of you, stay away and give the mother and son enough space." Uft! This time, what old Barton spat out was probably blood. He actually coughed up blood. Spitting out blood like this is a little ridiculous. Hurry and save him. And so, with the old baldy spitting blood at the center, the entire bar descended into chaos. Cough! After the situation calmed down a little, which meant that I had finished watching the fun, I finally stopped the dragon Lich, who was overflowing with motherly love. This was to prevent him from using more and more force in his anxiety and actually crushing his only descendant to death. This time, he should have learned to respect his master. Male students are so good. They're sturdy and durable, and they won't die no matter what. My previous education was such a failure. It was all because I was too soft-hearted towards girls. Yep. I don't know if your methods of education will succeed, but I do know that you're going to have bad luck soon. Take a look behind you. All right then, when I turned around, I saw a resentful Catalina glaring at me. Her fingers were still on my waist, about to exert force. Her resentful gaze made it seem as if I was some sort of bad person who had done something evil that would incur the wrath of the heavens. "You still dare to say that you're a good person?" I ignored the silly cat's words. It was just that the kind me was so easily misunderstood more than half an hour later, after we wasted precious time dealing with the situation. "Barton, you're blaming me? Should you just watch me die?" We finally returned to the main topic. Since they hadn't found us for more than half an hour, it was likely that the Death Council wouldn't directly come looking for us. However, it would be impossible for our group to hide the fact that we had captured Barton. There would definitely be more trouble in the future, and the information we obtained from our spies made us regret bringing Barton back. Our previous guesses were correct. The Death Council only had 2 goals in the mortal plane. The first was to obtain powerful undead creatures, and the second was to open up a dimensional door to the undead plane, allowing even more undead calamities to descend upon the mortal plane. However, their main goal wasn't to find out that there was a powerful, immemorial dragon's corpse here from an ancient ruin. To the Death Council, a small matter like picking up bones wouldn't even require a high-level priest to bring more than 50 believers. Their true goal was a historical ruin in the Halon mountain range, which wasn't far from this small town. It was said that the space around that place was incredibly unstable, making it a perfect dimensional door. The others didn't have much of a reaction when they heard this. However, old Barton, who had just recovered his complexion, had an ugly expression. I recalled that old Barton had mentioned to me that he had picked up Katerina from an ancient ruin. It can't be such a coincidence, but seeing how old Barton's expression was worsening and how he was constantly sneaking glances at Catalina, his unconcealable concern, it was probably the truth. In that case, it was quite obvious who the owner of the historical ruin was. A historical ruin from the Halettim generation? Many strange items from the Holy War were dug up from there. Perhaps there's some sort of strategic weapon. Even without a contract with the God of Wisdom, we can't let the Death Council obtain a historical ruin. As for the adventurers, even if they didn't know what an ancient ruin from the Halettim generation represented, they all knew what the consequences would be if a dimensional door to the undead plane opened right next to their own home. We definitely have to stop them. However, I focused my attention elsewhere. If it weren't for the fact that there were people watching us, I would have used a soul-searching technique to completely squeeze out all the secrets from these two Death Council believers' minds. It wasn't suitable for me to appear, which was why I had old Barton do it. The opening of a dimensional door requires a large number of sacrifices. Don't tell me that you've already prepared them? Everyone's expressions changed. The Holy War had been going on for so many years now, and the undead and demons' most desired soul sacrifices were now infamous. Could it be that these guys had been moving around Barton Town for more than just dragon bones? We brought many slaves with us. You captured them. Old Barton viciously glared at him. That chubby evil cultist met old Barton's gaze, but he didn't dare to look directly at old Barton. Just as he lowered his head, old Barton grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Old Barton's angry roar boomed like thunder in his ears. You've already attacked other villages? Captured captives to use as sacrifices? The chubby evil cultist was already out of breath. His feet were off the ground, and he couldn't stop himself from kicking around. However, he still hurriedly nodded in the end. We originally didn't want to come here, but Lord Blackeye said that he was worried that there wouldn't be enough sacrifices, so he wanted us. Seeing that everyone was looking at the other evil cultist, the thin man hurriedly nodded, confirming this information. This time, things were truly going to get interesting. However, I still needed more information. A one-way dimensional connection is meaningless. Which undead plane is the one on the other side? Which undead lord is responsible for this? Do you know? As expected, the two of them kept shaking their heads. However, the thin man suddenly seemed to recall something. I heard Lord Blackeye mention that as long as we complete this mission, Her Majesty Conservation's most powerful general, General Wu, will grant us new eternal life. Her Majesty Conservation? Is there an undead emperor named Conservation? Why do I have a premonition that I'm going to be unlucky again? Chapter 489. From a certain standpoint, the Bardi Empire had the worst luck out of all the countries in this calamity. The Bardi Empire was indeed one of the few mega-empires in the continent. The powerful Dragon Knight Squadron was a powerful weapon of the country. The empire had a vast territory and abundant resources. Mining, metallurgy, equipment, and other manufacturing industries were also world-leading. Plus, they had ancient inheritances and strong support from the people, as well as a large number of powerful generals and cannon fodder trained from long periods of war. The Bardi Empire's status as a mega-empire was quite solid, and its combat potential was limitless. But sometimes an overly large empire would easily become a target. The Bardi Empire's rich territory made it a juicy piece of meat for new factions. The Bardi Empire's many internal factions and ambitious domain lords were hidden, unstable factors. In the game's history, the Bardi Empire had been the fastest to fall, to the point that outsiders couldn't understand. How could such a large empire be destroyed so quickly? But while a gigantic war elephant was a weapon of war, a fat pig was nothing more than a delicacy in the eyes of a predator. The dimensional door to the undead plains was opened in the Bardi Empire's territory. Countless spies had been planted both within and outside the Bardi Empire. Its citizens had been poisoned for a long period of time. Even the Emperor was under Osso's control. The Dragon Squadron's reinforcements also had other motives. The capital was still under the threat of the Titan giants. According to the game's history, the Bardi Empire's army should have been completely destroyed, no matter what. It was the 16th year of the Holy War. Ever since the Holy War began, Emperor Orlos XIII of the Bardi Empire didn't show the decisiveness and initiative that he had since ascending to the throne. Instead, he constantly made extremely passive defensive decisions. Although he strengthened his military and prepared for war, he simply watched as the neighboring countries' battles fell into a stalemate. But in that year, the flames of war that no one could avoid still burned their heads. It was the undead who sought them out. On the third month that the pitch-black night mysteriously enveloped the Bardi Empire's capital, the undead arrived. In a single night, countless dimensional doors opened up in various countries. The largest dimensional door opened up in the Bardi Empire's capital. On the same day, undead Emperor Osso of the Desecration plane descended and cast a forbidden spell, Undead Calamity. 90% of the population was transformed into undead, and the Bardi Empire was destroyed. This was what the game's history had recorded about the Bardi Empire. However, the current Bardi Empire had obviously changed beyond recognition. Sometimes so-called fate wasn't unbreakable. A butterfly's wings were even more powerful than a god's prophecy. Coincidentally, the game's history gave the Bardi Empire a chance to overcome its fate of destruction. All of this happened because of a single person, the Bardi Empire. Everything. Amelia. 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 Due to some additional factors, Amelia, who should have been doing her own research in the Mage Country, just happened to appear at the undead's first descent point. And so, due to the influence of many factors that couldn't be replicated, the wood spirits were born. Due to some additional factors, Amelia, who was supposed to be doing her own research in the Mage Country, just happened to appear at the undead's first dimensional descent location. And so, due to many unexpected factors that couldn't be replicated, the wood spirits were born. From here on out, fate took a completely different path. Osso was a sly undead emperor who had spent hundreds of years plotting. He was the one who planned the undead invasion. He was the one who controlled the Bardi Empire's capital and Orlos. It could be said that he was the key person who controlled the Bardi Empire's lifeline and forced the Bardi Empire into a desperate situation according to the undead's plan. Although Osso's unexpected death caused the undead invasion to happen earlier than planned, it also startled the entire Bardi Empire awake. The Bardi Empire's internal war that was about to erupt paused for a moment, transforming into a battle for the survival of the living and the undead. From here on out, fate took a completely different path. After Osso's shackles were removed, Orlos, who had endured for his entire life, finally had a chance to take revenge. This old man, who had experienced many hardships in his life, exploded with the most dazzling brilliance right before his death. He unified the Bardi Empire, created new internal laws, required the domain lords to hand over their hostages, limited the size of the military, suppressed the domain lords, started wars against the outside world, and won every single one of them. In fact, he even expanded his territory to the highest point in history. Although all of this was already enough to leave his name in history, it was nothing compared to what he did in his final year. In the ancient Bardi Empire, pure holy light slowly rose like the morning sun in the center of the continent. From then on, those who steal the glory of holy light shall forever live in fear. The first pope of the Southern Church of Pure Holy Light, Amoya I. The Southern sect completely broke off all relations with the Holy Church. This seed that Roland had left behind gradually grew under the protection of Orlos and several other emperors. The first pope of the Southern Church of Pure Holy Light established the headquarters of the Southern Church in the ancient Bardi Empire. From then on, the entire world's holy light was split into two major factions, the Pure Holy Light faction and the Conservative faction. The God of Holy Light wasn't the only word for holy light anymore. The Holy Light faith, which occupied 70% of humanity's faith, obtained a new path. Holy Knights no longer needed to listen to the Holy Church's commands. There would be more and more independent Holy Knights who would only fight for their own faith. Far too many changes would become more and more obvious in the Holy War. This battle of faith would likely affect everyone. Orlos's second great achievement was to cut off all connections with Dragon World, completely breaking off relations with the dragons and Order gods. That's right, this was something that would be recorded in the history books for a long time to come. In order to completely escape from the Titan's threat, the arrogant Orlos cut off the dimensional door connecting Dragon World to the mortal plane, causing the entire Dragon World to lose contact with the Titans for a long period of time. Countless lives were wiped out because of this. Yep, even though the Hades had been established and Orlos had taken all the blame, it would be difficult for him to clear his name before this holy war ended. Difficult to understand? Or, to put it another way, once the Order gods lost control of the entire mortal plane, the Hades gods would be on par with the Order gods in terms of influence, power, and so on. That would be the time for Orlos to clear his name. But now, everyone needed Orlos to take the blame, because nobody wanted to turn against the Order gods yet. That's because of Orlos's personal recklessness. He's already received divine punishment. The Bardi Empire hasn't betrayed the Order gods or the dragons. Even if everyone knows that they're lying to themselves, as long as both sides have mutual benefits, this alliance still exists. That's enough reason. While the dragons had suffered great losses, it wasn't their foundation that was damaged. The dragons of Dragon World would one day return. The ones that had truly been thoroughly offended were the Order gods. The newly established Hades gods were destined to challenge the Order gods' authority. The new Hades gods had been established in Bardi's Dragon World, so the relationship between the Order gods and the Order gods was still quite obvious. But for the Order faction, it would be an incredibly foolish decision to treat the entire Bardi Empire as an enemy in this cruel holy war. That's why, once Orlos takes all the blame and pays the price with his life, the Order gods can pretend that they didn't see the Bardi Empire's betrayal or the Hades gods' establishment. Although it's incredibly foolish, Orlos, who's nicknamed the Fox Scorpion, has already mentally prepared himself to bear 100 years of infamy for the sake of this fragile alliance. Of course, if Roland and the others had lost the battle against the Hades gods, the Bardi Empire would have lost its backer, and the southern sect would probably have been destroyed as well. And when news of the battle reached the Bardi Empire, it would be the Hades gods who had obtained the final victory. In that case, the Order gods wouldn't bother with their allies anymore. When a new era appears, all those who benefit from the Order gods will want nothing more than to stomp him to death. But if he's truly strong enough to fight against the old Bardi Empire, everyone will greet him with a smile, as if they were brothers from the very beginning. This was politics. It was dirty, unjust, and only cared about benefits. There was no honor to speak of at all. And the most pitiful part was that Roland and Orlos's schemes had grasped the hearts of the people. Everything developed as expected. Now, everyone in the Bardi Empire knew of Emperor Orlos's foolishness. However, this only served to accentuate how outstanding Emperor Orlos's successor was. After all, Emperor Helent had hastily ascended to the throne amidst the chaos and crisis that Emperor Orlos had brought upon himself. He used his political skills and swift and decisive actions to clean up the mess left behind by his predecessor. Inconceivably, Helent had reached an agreement with the dragons. There were quite a few tricks involved, and signed a new alliance with them. The Dragon's Knight Squadron was now 3 times as large as it had been at its peak. And as a neutral mediator, Helent had managed to get the Southern Sect and the Holy Church to sign a temporary truce. Helent also regained the title of Holy. He could be said to be a wise ruler. Unlike Emperor Orlos's militaristic development strategy, Helent had reached a truce with the Mage country not long after he ascended to the throne. But internally, Helent had voluntarily released hostages and reached an agreement with many domain lords, stabilizing his position. And this was only the beginning. After he ascended to the throne, Helent contacted the wood spirits and the Mage country, forcefully stopping the undead from invading Bardi's main battlefields. The undead calamity was unable to reach its peak, even though Bardi was currently facing 2 undead emperors and countless undead calamities. Dragon Knight Archduke Helent Milan, or perhaps I should call him Emperor Dragon Knight now. He was now viewed as one of the pillars of the human world, a hero that surrounded the entire human world. He was one of the brightest stars in this holy war, and the Prince Charming of countless young girls. But if I had to say he just has a good father, it wasn't rare for an old emperor to control everyone's hatred and have his son, the new emperor, be a good person. Orlos's political inheritance would be enough for Helent to use for the rest of his life. Without the new weapons and armies that Orlos left behind, without the secret agreement that Orlos signed with the Northlands, Mage country, and with spirits, and without the Southern Sect that Orlos left behind, would Helent be able to defend Nitrain Castle? Everyone always sees how amazing the new emperor is, but they always forget about the wealth that he accumulated through enduring humiliation. Without that wealth, would he have been able to fly? Old Orlos had long since known that his greatest enemy was the undead. He had created countless powerful weapons and research projects that specifically targeted the undead in his country. In fact, even the Southern Sect had started using the Bardi Empire's research on the undead. And when the Bardi Empire truly helped the entire human world fight against the undead calamity, all of his past preparations became extremely useful. I can't deny that the Bardi Empire has indeed stopped the undead calamity and the undead emperors over the past few years. With Nitrain Castle as the main example, the Bardi Empire has become a meat grinder for the undead and the living. But in terms of losses, the undead have suffered far more. Even though the Death Council had caused quite a ruckus by trying to open up a dimensional portal to the undead planes in other places, if they had succeeded on the main battlefield, would they have needed to open up a new battlefield? Gathering all the undead armies and pushing through the undead planes would have been the fastest and best way to obtain victory. And with such a large background, the dark cultists under the control of the undead lords were constantly active and searching for new exits. Although there would occasionally be news of undead armies flooding the main battlefield, this actually meant that the undead lords had lost their confidence in breaking through on the main battlefield and were forced to search for a breakthrough elsewhere. It wasn't so easy to create a dimensional portal that was large enough to allow the undead calamity to pass through. The Bardi Empire's dimensional portal had been created by the undead emperors for over 100 years, as well as Asso's soul sacrifice. It was quite difficult for the dark cultists who had just entered the Bardi Empire to move about. The undead army that they had obtained through the sacrifice was at most an undead lord's army. Although they had caused some losses, they were all quickly destroyed by the human countries. The undead hadn't achieved their foundational goal of breaking through the Bardi Empire's defenses. Indeed, there were a few countries that were attacked by the undead calamity. Everyone knew that the undead calamity would only get worse as time went on. Right now, every powerful country had a mobile army that specialized in dealing with the undead. The churches of the gods weren't doing nothing either. Even though there were a few small countries and cities that were suddenly turned into ruins by the undead, the encirclement and suppression armies arrived just in time and didn't cause any big waves. And this time, the Solid Dukedom was one country away from the Bardi Empire, which was over several tens of thousands of kilometers away. Even if the undead calamity arrived, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Fine then, the solid dukedom would probably be destroyed, but it wouldn't have much of an impact on the entire human world. This time, if it was only a few undead lords messing around, I wouldn't even bother to interfere. But since an undead emperor is involved, it can't be a small matter. I don't think that an undead emperor would waste time doing something so foolish. Either there's something we haven't discovered yet, or the ruins are incredibly abnormal. It's possible to create a second battlefield, but this place is too close to the Bardi Empire. In the end, it still depends on the size of the undead. If it's not just an undead army, but a true undead calamity, then it'll be of great strategic significance. That's possible. The increase in the elemental tide is causing the dimensional laws to become increasingly weak. The Halectum generation's artifacts are quite ridiculous. Nobody can guarantee what will happen. If the dimensional laws there are weak to a certain extent, it's possible that an undead emperor will directly descend even if there's only a few sacrificial offerings. And if an undead emperor really does descend, then that'll be a second battlefield. 2 major battlefields will work together, which will be quite interesting. The silly cat, who was a magic expert, agreed with me. This helped me make up my mind. It would seem that we'll need another expert. If I recall correctly, Tim Ladd should be in the Bardi Empire, not far from us. Yep, Tim Ladd, the father of steel, the god's hand, and the creator of miracles. His nicknames are becoming more and more exaggerated. I hope that his strength increases to match his reputation. Chapter 490. What's the situation at the campsite? It's completely empty. Judging from the traces, they probably retreated as soon as the dragon, Lich, appeared. They didn't even bother to clean up their campsite. They were probably frightened by such a level of magic power. In that case, it would seem that they don't have that much power. They abandoned their pawns. I nodded thoughtfully as I recalled the 2 dark cultists who were locked in the basement with dejected expressions. Suddenly, there was a paw-paw sound outside the window. The window opened, and a snow-white eagle descended from the window, landing directly on Heloise's back, and then disappeared without a trace. It would seem that Heloise was becoming more and more proficient at using her clones for scouting and beast transformation. Although it was fine to wait for the town's security team to report back, there was a huge difference between a newbie and an experienced one when it came to collecting information. An excellent forest ranger would be able to determine a prey's job class, specialty, and body data from the weight of a broken tree branch. Experienced wood elves and droll would be able to use trees and plants as their eyes and ears. Archmages, with the ability to see back in time, would be able to directly look back at the scene. However, newbies would be able to lose their footprints, and newbie detectives would be of no help at all apart from messing up the scene and breaking all the clues. And so, when I guessed that they likely had companions, I had Heloise send out her clones for scouting purposes. There's about 46 to 50 of them, and they've brought more than 200 sacrifices. Most of them should be humans. Their numbers match the information from the 2 dark cultists. However, there are a few black-clothed people among them that give me a threatening feeling. They might be high-level undead creatures. If it wasn't for the fact that they intentionally hid it, even they wouldn't know. Is it possible to catch up to them? Impossible. They're incredibly experienced, and they've already entered deep into the mountains. It would seem that they also have a professional ranger job class. It's probably something like a dark ranger. I don't dare to get too close to them. If I go any closer, I'll lose control of my clones as well. Heloise's clones also had a limited area of effect. Not to mention, clones had negligible combat strength. In fact, they could even be killed by wild beasts or birds of prey on the way. They were indeed no match for professional scouts. However, they had some other wondrous uses. Here, help me send this letter quickly. We need laborers to help us. I passed the letter to Heloise. She waved her hand, and a white messenger pigeon appeared in her palm. Due to the natural limitations of the doppelganger, it was impossible to send it across the national border. However, it was possible to send it along the official road to the nearest post office in the largest town. Of course, they wouldn't consider using a normal delivery horse carriage. It would probably be spring by the time the letter arrived in Barty. This time, the mail company was a Ferries Air Express delivery company, or Ferries Express for short. Yep, that's right, air delivery. This was the ferry's newest service, and it was incredibly popular. In battle, information would be even more valuable than gold. As previously mentioned, the ferries would hire air night to deliver news and important letters. And in order to serve the other species, the ferries had created the Ferries Express, an expensive yet highly effective messenger service. Of course, due to limited resources, a small town like Anton Town did not have a station. But there were definitely stations in the capitals and commercial cities of various countries. We don't have much time. They should arrive soon. You left the magic signature of Roland the Undying at the bottom of the envelope. Considering your reputation, I believe that those ferries will treat it as an important military intelligence. They'll send an air steed to deliver it. It should be back soon. But you really didn't reveal your identity to save money on the delivery? Cough. Let's discuss how we should split the money we just swindled from gambling. It would seem that the silly cat had seen through everything. I was rendered speechless. However, these fairies were truly greedy. Even if I used up all the money I swindled from gambling today, I wouldn't have much money left for alcohol. Are you trying to bribe me? Sure, I'll have the newest evening gown from the fashion capital, a purple rose outfit. I wouldn't be able to afford it even if I sold everything I own. I could only helplessly roll my eyes. Those so-called fashion outfits were ridiculously expensive. If I wanted to buy those, I might as well just obediently pay the postage. However, I suddenly chuckled as I looked at Harloise, who kept gesturing with a fashion magazine. I even reached out and compared her height, which was only up to my waist. Ha! Even if I buy it for you, you probably won't be able to wear it with your infant body. How about I find some children's clothing for you? Upon hearing this, the silly cat's expression suddenly changed. She seemed rather frightening as she gritted her teeth. It's all your fault. I'm truly unlucky to have you as my magical pet. If you were just a bit stronger, I wouldn't have been restricted to being younger than 10 years old. Children's clothing is fine. I want the golden 06 pink wings for children. It's the classic pink lace princess dress from Black Forest Fashion Monthly. The one with diamonds? You want to mail order again? We're already out of money. Damned fairies. As expected, all merchants in the world are just as greedy. Do these cheap magazines all rely on advertisements to earn back their money? Just a little bit of cloth and a few buttons can be sold for several tens of thousands of gold coins. That's 100 times profit. That's even faster than robbery. Actually, ever since the fairies started their mail order service, the complaints I just said had already been made by countless men. The beautiful posters and fashionable dresses on those magazines were the best examples of the world's female charms. While all the women in the world were mesmerized by them, they also drained the men's pockets dry. Of course, it was impossible to satisfy the silly cat's request. The reason was obvious. I couldn't afford it at all. But at this moment, I once again witnessed how low Harloise morals were, as well as how crazy women could be for the sake of so-called fashion. Harloise, can you have some morals? It's one thing to write Demon Professor Harloise next to my signature, but you even wrote in your letter that you'll hijack a courier if you don't give me 10 sets of the latest fashionable dresses? You're really going to rob me? A terrorist hijack a passenger plane? Can you be any more shameless? A vicious individual on the calamity rankings is threatening to rob me just for some clothes? I've lost all my face. However, it was obvious that the silly cat wasn't moved at all. Her mouth twitched as she glanced at me in disdain. She said something that would hurt a man's pride the most. It's all because you're poor. Wait a moment, that's not right. I'm not your man. I have no obligation to buy clothes for you. A cat only needs to be fed. TSK, poor bastard. Is it enough just to be fed? You barbarian who doesn't understand fashion. You said something that you shouldn't have said. While we were arguing, the bald old man was having his worldview cleansed. He only knew how to stare at the ceiling listlessly. Child, do you understand now? Old Barton nodded with a pained expression. Then, Winlair giggled as old Barton buried himself back into Winlair's large, warm chest. This time, even though Winlair paid more attention to his strength, old Barton struggled even more violently, and his expression became even more conflicted. After all, the only thing more damaging to one's worldview than having a beautiful grandmother from more than 300 years ago was the fact that old Barton was actually your grandfather. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the team that was about to head out to search for the Death Council had finished gathering and was about to depart. Chapter 491. From a certain standpoint, the decision of that high-ranking priest of the Death Council to abandon his pawns was a wise one. After all, when news of their attempt to open the Death Plane's dimensional door was leaked, any organization of the living would immediately become their mortal enemy and would never allow them to succeed. The Northern Trio immediately reported this to their superiors. Requesting reinforcements for the sake of their reputation was a requirement in the first place. However, considering the distance and location of the Death Plane's dimensional door being too remote, it was impossible to determine the quality and number of reinforcements. If they were lucky, it would be great if they met a powerful individual who was strolling nearby, since the northern factions had sent out quite a few independent parties. This possibility wasn't low. If they were unlucky, reinforcements wouldn't be able to make it in time. Meanwhile, the Church of the God of Discipline and Justice was much more flustered. Once the Death Plane's dimensional door was opened within their borders, they would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In fact, their entire dukedom and church might even be destroyed. The moment they received the news, they immediately sent someone back to the capital to report the news. Meanwhile, the other holy knight and priests were all ready to head out and hunt down those undead worshippers. Winlair still knew how to control his strength. Those holy knight didn't suffer any fatal injuries. What was truly injured was that their pride had been instantly destroyed before they even saw the enemy. However, there were more important matters at hand, and there was no time for them to lament their own weakness. The Knight White was still leading the group. They had already set out, but considering the clergy's usual inability to track, the others had high hopes that they would be able to catch up to their target. They could only hope that they didn't get lost too far, or that they were smart enough to bring a few rangers, thieves, and other mercenaries to lead the way. Meanwhile, investigating the Death Council was the Northern Trio's mission from the very beginning. Even if they didn't receive any reinforcements, they would definitely go. However, due to the fundamental differences in their beliefs and methods of doing things, it was unlikely that they would follow the Holy Knight. That would be nothing more than making trouble for themselves. From a certain standpoint, this became an unspoken competitive relationship. It was a competition to see who could deal with this problem first. I wanted to interfere in this matter, but I didn't want to expose myself. That was why the only ones who could truly count on us were us and the Northlands trio. It would be even more of a waste to split up our combat strength, which was why I tried to convince them to take us, the Smurfs. Actually, I'm a pretty good necromancer. If you bring us along, as long as the distance isn't too far, we can sense each other's death magic, which will make it easier for you to track them. Saying so, the black magic of death circled around his finger, proving his identity as a necromancer. If it were other forces, they would definitely be suspicious and prejudiced against necromancers, especially when they were investigating matters related to the undead plane. They would be even more suspicious of the other party's motives. But while they were shocked, their first reaction was, "A registered necromancer. Do you have a license? Have you finished your annual review?" Yes, he passed the annual examination last year. He's registered in Definder's headquarters. He's a legend rank necromancer. In some people's eyes, the Northlands was already a paradise for necromancers. The root of this was because the Northlands had normalized necromancers, turning them into an abnormally ordinary job class. 1 year before the Dawn Era, the undead Industrial Revolution began in the Northlands. This revolution liberated the productivity of the living and also gave necromancers a chance to walk into the light. In the second year, ghost carriages and zombie servants took up 1/3 of the market share. After so many years of development, undead equipment, furniture, tools, and servants had become quite common in the Northlands. And in order to ensure the safety of undead equipment, things like registered necromancers' examinations and character checks that happen once every 3 years had also become a common practice. Master, so you're one of us. Did you accept a mission, or are you a freelance mage? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't dare to ask. If you're willing to tell me, please tell me. The three of them looked at this little black book and immediately revealed expressions of delight. If this was 10 years ago, it would already be underestimating for a legend-rank undead mage to be called a master. But because there were more and more fake masters and fake legends, the title of master was becoming less and less used. Quite a few of the official undead mages in the Northlands Definder had inextricable connections with the government. And this little book had the emblem of the Donglan royal mage family, which meant that this master had obtained the royal family's trust. Naturally, he could be trusted, and the emblem that represented his job's reputation was a rarely seen double crown. I personally have some connections with the Royal Mage Association. Since I've met with such a situation, I naturally can't stay out of it. But being a gentleman before being a villain is the best way to cooperate. This time, if it involves the ruins of the Halettum generation, I want half of the profits. If there's any new technology, I can have priority in selling it to the Northlands government. But I can't miss out on my share of the profits. I didn't lie at all, and the documents in my hands were real. Of course, how I got them was self-explanatory. As for the 2 crowns of credibility, cough, cough, do you know that there's a service called brushing crowns? For mages, the ancient knowledge and secrets that might exist in ancient ruins was an irresistible temptation. And if there were any traces left behind by the Halettum generation, it was even more likely that there would be new technologies and strategic weapons that would change the map of a country. There were many such examples in the history of the Holy War. Although in legends, there would occasionally be some minor character who unearthed some mystical technique or god equipment from ancient ruins, and then walked down the path of slaying demons and gods. In reality, it was quite rare to find god equipment when exploring ruins. After all, the passage of time was as merciless as grave robbers. More often than not, ancient technology and magical information would be restored based on the records, murals, and traces left behind. Such things wouldn't be of much use to an individual and would only be a source of calamity. But for organizations that were capable of digesting such technology and ancient magic, it would be a priceless treasure. From a certain standpoint, if it wasn't for Timlad's technological support from the Halettum generation, there wouldn't have been the magical engineering revolution that was getting stronger and stronger. When a living ancient person couldn't be found, the documents and information left behind by an ancient civilization would be the only substitute. The Halettum generation? It's actually the Halettum generation. We've struck gold this time. Mary instantly jumped up in excitement. Her 2 companions had confused expressions. They didn't know why their companion was so excited. As one of the 4 elemental swordcasters, it was only natural for them to come into contact with magical engineering technology. Since they were studying magical engineering technology, how could they not know about the Halettum generation? I'll immediately write a letter to the headquarters. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to make it in time. Relax, I have some friendly relations with Master Timlad. I've already written a letter to him using a small demon express. Since this is related to the Halettum generation, no matter how busy he is right now, he'll probably hurry over. The moment I said this, the 3 of them visibly relaxed. Timlad was an incredible major figure in their eyes. Since he was familiar with him, This also proved that the undead mage before them was trustworthy. Of course, after I left, they would definitely discuss my identity and goal. That was why I kept my identity as an undead mage that stayed here for half a year in order to explore the ruins. I would wait for them to find clues from others and figure out the truth. Also, the fact that I was quite popular in this town would increase their trust in me. But now, after I said goodbye to them and went to prepare for my own trip, the silly cat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I thought that you'd continue to pretend to be a holy knight. Don't be silly. I've already received information from our spies that the Northlanders will always investigate the holy knight that suddenly appears out of nowhere. It seems that they've seen through you as well. Is that really the only reason? The silly cat narrowed her eyes as if she could see through everything. It would seem that she had long since thought of the reason and intentionally came here to torment me. That's only the main reason. My armor and metal weapons being too heavy are only secondary reasons. Since I had already seen through my disguise, there was no need for me to hide it anymore. My current physical condition was far too terrible, and it would be impossible for me to pretend to be a holy knight. Thanks to my pitiful strength and constitution, my chainmail was nothing more than chains that chain me. My full body armor was nothing more than a metal cage, and my metal sword was nothing more than a golden cudgel. I couldn't even carry the standard equipment of a knight, so how could I possibly pretend to be a holy knight? After all, it was highly likely that I would have to engage in a high-intensity battle. On the other hand, using elemental magic also required a certain amount of constitution and dexterity. The accuracy of one's hand gestures would directly affect the success rate of casting a spell. If one's constitution was too weak, it would be impossible for them to use powerful spells. Just dealing with the magic backlash would be difficult. Now that I thought about it, the only spells that I could casually cast under the current conditions were undead magic that could control corpses and undead creatures. This was also why I didn't stop the Holy Light Cannon Fodder from leaving. For the conservative Holy Knight faction, the Northlands trio was nothing more than a potential ally in a battle of faith. Undead mages would be their mortal enemy who would kill them first and ask questions later. Actually, if the conditions were right, pretending to be a holy knight would be the best. After all, they had a good enough reputation that not only would they not arouse any suspicion, but they would also be able to travel as they pleased, recruit cannon fodder, obtain the trust of adventurers and residents, obtain cheap and free supplies from villages along the way, and if necessary, start a civil war with the villagers. These were all hidden advantages. Only the idiots of the conservative faction would waste such an obvious advantage. However, I didn't go with them by myself. Since Katarina originated from the ruins, perhaps she was the key to opening the door to the ruins. Katarina herself also desired to find the truth, and since her daughter went, her father, old Barton, would naturally go with her as well. And since old Barton left, old Barton's grandfather naturally wouldn't fall behind. The end result was that I now had 2 decent combat strength members. Of course, we had a separate agreement to allow Winlair to follow us, but that's still not enough. Later, I'll need old Barton to go find his old friend and hire some cannon fodder, or mercenaries. That quasi-legend spearman? Can't you say that he'll lower our team's luck stat? How many times do I have to say that the spearman's luck stat is just a rumor? Besides, if the rumor is true, don't you think it's a good thing? Do I really need a lightning rod? For some reason, I recalled the unlucky number 1 beauty of Sulphur Mountain. Considering her astonishing luck stat, even if she was always searching for a way to save herself, the wild elf was probably still the number 1 beauty. That's why you're looking for him, isn't it? Indeed, just treat it as some fun. What should we do now? Since it's highly likely that we'll encounter battle, and I'm an undead mage right now, I don't have the privilege of hiding in the back and watching. In that case, in order to be slightly useful, let's go do what undead mages are supposed to do. Where's the nearest tomb? You're so stupid. That dragon, Lich, has a lot of inventory in his house. Don't you know that if you rob him, the corpses of those commoners who just died are so weak? Good idea. Let's exchange it with the fashionable gown that you're about to receive. Didn't you see how that guy was drooling while reading a magazine? It's basically ruining your face. That's not my face. It's like a doll's face. It's so different from my adult face. How would it feel to put your face on a woman's body? Pfft, Renee. For some reason, I recalled the existence of Renee and the other Roland faces. I somewhat sympathized with the angry Harloise in front of me. At the very least, Renee wasn't blind. Speaking of which, after so many years, she should be a grown woman by now. Under the effects of estrogen, she probably wouldn't have that face anymore. Yes. Let's go and blackmail the dragon Lich to take revenge for you. Let's rob that old demon clean of his inventory and vent your anger. But just as I took a few steps, I was blocked in the hallway. The adventurers, led by the dwarven shield-bearer, blocked my path. Caro, since the fight isn't going to continue, you should return us our gambling money. Look carefully at the gambling contract. There should be a line here. If the duel is suddenly unable to continue due to an irresistible reason, it'll be considered a draw. But I remember that none of you bet on a draw. Hearing this, the old dwarf leader suddenly rolled his eyes and looked up at the ceiling, as if pretending that he didn't know anything. However, he had probably already seen that line of extremely small words. The adventurers behind him also rubbed their palms together. It was quite obvious that they were threatening me. I'd advise you to *snap. Asterisk with a snap of my fingers. A black mist of death spread out from my shadow, transforming into a restless shadow demon. The entire room was instantly enveloped in a black shadow, and even the temperature dropped several degrees. Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm an undead mage, a legend-ranked one. Do you need something from me? Power was the best calling card. This frightening magic power was a naked threat. You want me to return the money? Haha. We're fine. It's just that it's time for dinner. We'd like to invite you down for dinner. Yep, we, the Thunder Brothers, will pay for tonight's drinks. Who said that dwarves were slow-witted? Weren't they quite sensible? They happily said all this before turning around and leaving without another word. But when I looked at the dwarven brothers' sturdy bodies and excellent weapons and armor, I suddenly recalled something. Actually, I'm a very reasonable person. I have a small job here that's suitable for relatively outstanding adventures. If you go, it's not impossible for me to return your gambling money. If you do a good job, there'll be an extra commission. Chapter 492. What? No undead? The dragon Lich unhesitatingly agreed to my conditions after seeing the trendy clothing in the fashion magazines. However, when I asked him about it, he actually didn't have any powerful undead in his possession. Hey, you're a Dracolic, right? One of the strongest undead creatures. You're telling me that there aren't any powerful undead creatures in your dragon nest? There was a side effect of transforming into a lich. No matter what kind of life form it was, the magic that drove its physical body would always be the power of death. If the magic that the lich originally cultivated clashed with the power of death, its power would be reduced. However, controlling the undead that were weaker than itself was like an instinct, and the lich's cultivation of necromancy magic improved by leaps and bounds. Undead magic, which they had suddenly mastered, was something that they couldn't forget. After so many years, it would be impossible for them to have no understanding of undead magic. That was why most undead liches would have a large number of undead creations in their laboratories. Even if they were hired thugs, they were servants, or even family members. Dracolics were even more ridiculous. They were artificial undead dragons, and the difficulty of transforming them into undead dragons was one of the highest out of all undead rituals. Just completing the transformation would require a large amount of undead knowledge. But this Dracolic was actually telling me that it didn't have much undead knowledge. Those filthy things are ugly and smelly. How can I keep them in my palace? All right then, I had even forgotten that the dragon Lich before me was a mega weirdo. Since this dragon Lich was willing to choose such a physical body for the sake of its artistic beauty, it was only natural that it would be able to sweep away all filthy undead. Don't you have banshees? Bind the beautiful spirit of the elf? How could I do such an evil thing? The face that looked exactly like Harloise stared at me in astonishment, as if I had said something extremely evil, and I was doing my best to suppress the urge to smash it with a brick. Evil. You're AF asterisk King Lich. No matter if it's a legend or reality. You're the most classic final boss. All right, then. I pretty much understood Rain's strange way of thinking. He would directly kick out the ugly undead. But beautiful undead would require beautiful raw materials, which he couldn't bring himself to do. You've really opened my eyes. I turned around and wanted to leave, but that guy pulled my sleeve and looked at me pitifully at the fashion magazine in my hand. I shook my head helplessly. Just give me whatever I can. If I have to travel with a bunch of skeletons that fall apart on their own, I'd be too embarrassed to call myself a legend rank necromancer. After so many years, it can't be that you have nothing, right? Fine, if you really don't have anything, then exchange it with your valuable art. These clothes are super expensive, and I need my connections to get a seasonal limited edition. I can't just give it to you for free. Art is out of the question. Beauty is priceless. Let me think. I remember that I should still have some of the past creations to look at. Lionel pondered for a while. Suddenly, he revealed a bright smile. He seemed to have thought of something. Yeah, let's exchange. I just remembered that I do have some beautiful undead creations. You'll definitely like them. Looking at the beautiful woman's bright smile, I suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that I had done something wrong again. The next day, the sky had just brightened when the Rhino Tavern closed its doors. The entrance was already packed with people. It looked like it was time to set off. However, I still stayed in my room and didn't want to get out of bed. Last night, I had to clear out those undead creatures until very late. Another weakness of my weak constitution was that I had to maintain sufficient sleep every day. Let's go and sleep in the carriage. I didn't expect him to have a ghost carriage, and it was specially modified. It seems that I didn't lose out this time. The silly cat was crawling on my head as if she was thinking for my sake. However, I could feel her undisguised evil intentions. 1 ghost carriage, 6 gargoyles, 1 high-level zombie, and 2 web demons. This was the entire content of this exchange. They were all upgraded versions of strengthened undead. Judging from the value of this exchange, not only did I not lose out, I even earned quite a bit. However, let me sleep here. At the very least, we can wait for them to leave first. That's impossible. Everyone's waiting for you. Barton and Catalina were both my connections. The Northlands trio and I had reached an agreement and a basic level of trust. The scattered local mercenaries were either hired by me or found by old Barton. Even the Dragon Lich was a secret agreement that I had made. From a certain standpoint, even if I wasn't the leader of this adventuring group, I could be considered the core of every member. Sigh, forget it. It's the undead mage Carlo who's going to lose face, not Roland. I got up from my bed in displeasure. Even an ugly daughter-in-law still needed her parents. Don't make it sound like you're losing out. What a beautiful carriage. I would have loved it back in the day. You said it was back in the day, didn't you? This carriage, the moment we walked out of the bar, a white carriage parked outside attracted everyone's attention. This carriage was made entirely out of white jade. There were exquisite, decorative wings at the back of the carriage, and the design of the wings was the traditional ivy of the elves. 2 snow-white unicorns were pulling the carriage. Wherever the hooves stepped on, there were traces of green grass and wildflowers. The abundant power of nature made it seem like this was the carriage of the son of nature. The 2 unicorns neighed in delight upon seeing their new master arrive. It seemed that they couldn't wait to begin their journey. They had been idling in the warehouse for far too long. Now that they had a chance to go for a ride, Their hooves danced in the air, and the silver bells on their horns kept ringing. You're telling me that this is a ghost carriage created by an undead mage? Where's the ghost horse's fatal breath of despair? Where's that black, lightning-like phantom body? Where's the bone carriage's original skeleton decorations? And where did that headless carriage driver go? He should have left behind shadows instead of grass. Why did my ghost carriage, which is filled with the art of death and the beauty of bones, become like this? Please forgive me for being direct, but I don't think that it's the beauty of darkness at all. Bones and incomplete bodies only make it seem shabby. In my memories, the first undead mages were all slaves who didn't even have clothes to cover their bodies. My apologies. I didn't mean to suspect that you were poor. As the person who had modified this carriage, Winlair was naturally quite satisfied with the elven style that he had imagined. She was repeatedly studying the ivy carvings that he had left behind, as if he was engraving them into his memory. From his tone, it was obvious that he regretted selling this carriage to me. Winlair's choice of words was also quite typical of elves. He would embellish his words with disdain and dissatisfaction. What did he mean by, "I didn't mean to suspect that you were poor"? What he meant was that all undead mages are poor. You're an undead mage, so there's no need to doubt me. You're definitely poor. Apologize. Apologize to all undead mages. The moment that I walked out the door, I discovered that everyone else was looking at me in a rather strange manner. Their common fear and disgust towards undead mages had greatly decreased. Instead, they were astonished, as if they were looking at an alien. Damn it, I felt that the little bit of dignity that I had just built up had been completely destroyed. I regretted this trade even more. Damn it, only a dragon lich could come up with all these ridiculous undead. It just so happens that I'm the only one who can take the blame. Since I was an undead mage, these strange undead were naturally my creations. And this strange ghost carriage was the most acceptable out of all the undead. Next to me were the gargoyles. They were the core combat strength of the undead I had traded for. There were a total of 6 gargoyles. These half-elemental, half-undead construction creatures would often disguise themselves as gargoyles. They would be useful in ambushing enemies in battle. Since most of their physical bodies were sturdy stone statues, their resistance to attacks was quite good. Their ability to fly, sharp claws, and heavy weight gave them the reputation of being the vanguard of the flying undead. As half-undead construction creatures, gargoyles had many differences in materials, design, enchantment, craftsmanship, and so on. However, even the weakest gargoyle was a mid-level undead creature. After all, only a silver-ranked undead mage would be able to give life to these gargoyles. It was only natural for them to add some personal style to their gargoyles. Gargoyles' basic blueprints were quite simple, which meant that they were easy to modify and modify. Their power levels and attack methods would also be vastly different. The weakest gargoyle would be a flying statue, and it would even break apart when flying. As long as one was willing to spend money, it would be possible to fight a dragon's gargoyle by yourself. For example, you could use a titan's heart as your power source, enchanted adamantine as your armor, and 2 of the newest magical engines in your head. Fine then, I was talking about the Northland's military conglomerate's mecca, the Demon Warrior series. Actually, I could tell at a glance that they were all created from gargoyle blueprints. As for the gargoyles that I had just traded for, it was likely that the Dragon Lich had paid an enormous price in order to create them. They were all coated with a mithril anti-rust coating and enchanted sapphire lenses. The cost of these materials was definitely not low. If I converted them into gold coins, I would have made a huge profit, but why didn't you give them clothes? Fine, I was an idiot. They're gargoyles, so of course they don't need to wear clothes. Ha ha, fashion is truly amazing. You actually managed to make otakus sell their wives' figurines. Cough. It was likely that some people had already guessed the Dragon Lich's gargoyle appearance. Yep, there were only 2 types, a naked male elf and a naked female elf, and they were all exactly the same size. Judging from their realistic expressions and physical characteristics, they were basically no different from living elves. The female elf had a bow and arrow on her back, making her a long-range model. The male elf didn't even have underwear, but he held a pair of scimitars. I'm not going to comment on how they don't have any basic equipment, such as sharp claws and fangs. You enchanted all the gargoyles' parts so that all the joints can move. So what's the point of that? Are you going to make figurines or weapons? If you're so free, why don't you just give them some offensive magical weapons? My biggest doubt right now wasn't how Winlair had come up with such a creative idea, but rather how he had gathered the materials back in the day. Or perhaps I should say, how he had stripped all the elves naked before they became the elves' public enemy number one. The elves' beauty was indescribable. The males were handsome, and the females were beautiful. The dragon liches, chosen models, were no ordinary ones, either. They were valiant and beautiful, and that guy was a wood elf, moon elf, silver elf, and dark elf. He didn't even spare a single one of them. He was simply an elf's harem, and would indeed be quite pleasing to the eyes at home. But I really didn't make this. X, what do you all mean by looking at me like that? I never lie. And now, with 5 naked females, long-range attackers, and 1 naked male, melee attackers, flying around me, his problem became my problem. Everyone was looking at me with looks of disdain, as if they were saying, he really is a pervert, or why did he make such things? Why were there 5 naked females and 1 naked male? Actually, the Dragon Lich had quite a few melee combat types in its inventory, and I also needed some melee combat cannon fodder. But after considering it over and over again, I unhesitatingly chose to be a pervert or gay at this moment. The statue of the naked man fell behind me. As the only gargoyle that could fight in close combat, his calculation core required him to take on the responsibility of guarding me. However, I felt that he was too close to me, especially certain parts of his body. He was almost touching me, so he's a two-way street. I was wondering why Caro hasn't pushed Catalina yet, so big. I never expected Caro to like this type. These words rang in my ears, and the next instant, I covered my face as tears of wronged blood flowed from my eyes. As expected, I shouldn't have considered any melee combat pairings. My reputation had been completely ruined. At this moment, I would rather become a super pervert in the eyes of the world. Let's go. I suddenly rushed onto the carriage. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop myself from going berserk if I heard any more of such words. The only thing that comforted me was that there was an even more wondrous creation in the carriage. Things weren't at their worst yet. Our first stop is to leave the city. No, to Anton Town's tailor shop. That's right, you heard correctly. Let's first buy some clothes for these indecent gargoyles. A mysterious sadness welled up in my heart. I was afraid that I would be recorded in history as the first undead mage to buy clothes for gargoyles. Chapter 493. Compared to ordinary carriages, these ghost carriages had obvious advantages. They didn't need to replenish their food or water, nor did they need to be picky about flat roads. As long as they had enough mana, they could even temporarily float in the air and surpass the limitations of space and terrain. The especially strengthened ghost carriages even had the ability to move in a fixed direction. Winlair was obviously someone who knew how to enjoy life. His reinforced living space was far more spacious and comfortable than it seemed on the outside. No matter how steep the mountain path was, there wasn't even a single bump on the inside of the carriage. The carriage was divided into 3 compartments with all the same equipment. However, only Catalina, Harloise, Winlair, and a few other female companions were currently sitting in one of the compartments. This wasn't because I had chosen this specifically. It was just a common practice for adventurers on long-distance journeys. In such a long-distance journey, in order to maintain sufficient stamina and combat strength, only these weak women would have the privilege of riding on any form of transportation in order to maintain sufficient stamina and combat strength. fine then. I should admit that these weak women were the strongest fighters out of all of us. But compared to a crude man, it would still be better to have beautiful women by my side. Winlair was our greatest support on this trip, and Harloise hadn't changed her name. As my magical pet, she still had legend rank abilities. Her actual combat strength was more than enough to defeat a low-level legend. She would even be able to fight against a saint rank. As for Catalina, she was actually the greatest reward of this trip. An artificial intelligence with such a rich and complete emotional system. She's no different from a normal person. The Halettim generation was truly terrifying back in the day. There was a magic book on the table, but I was thinking about something. On the other side, under my control, the gargoyles were patrolling back and forth. Within a 3-kilometer radius, not even a field mouse would be able to escape from their specially strengthened sapphire eyes. The 4 gargoyles formed a surveillance net, and they were doing their job as watchers extremely well, so there was no need to worry at all. You got what you paid for. The upper limit of a construction creature's abilities was only related to the creator's skills and the quality of the materials used. Although many precious materials were used in ways that were impossible to evaluate, since they had the money to paint the gargoyles with mithril and move their joints, they would have invested quite a bit in basic abilities as well. Even the most useless direct combat ability would be no problem for a gargoyle to solo a silver-ranked individual. Caro! Perhaps my direct gaze was too rude, but Catalina, who was sitting in front of me, lowered her head with a bright red face. Oh, sorry. I was thinking about something. As an expert on the soul, undead, living, and elemental souls were no secrets to me. Back when I first met Catalina, I had been astonished by the artificial soul in her artificial body. Low-level artificial souls weren't that difficult to deal with. The gargoyles all had simple judgment abilities. Tower spirits, metal golems, and other such existences also had their own intelligence. Just looking at their calculation abilities, they were probably above Catalina's. Still, her appearance was still a rather special sign. An ordinary artificial soul is no different from Catalina. There's probably no difference in the short term, but the foundational difference is quite obvious. Low-level artificial creatures already have their abilities and usages determined from the moment they were created. Meanwhile, Catalina has the ability to learn, have a sense of self, and have emotions. Her growth rate is no different from a human's, not to mention that her body is made of metal, so she has limitless potential. If this was an ordinary physical world, pure logical calculations wouldn't be that different from artificial souls. However, H's could transform into power. Only a soul with emotions, a sense of self, and a sense of self would be able to become a truly powerful individual. No matter how powerful one's inflexible logic was, it would only be a tool. Only a soul with emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy would be an independent person. The strength of a soul and how it would develop would directly affect a person's future potential. I could sense that if an ordinary person's soul was an unpolished ore, then Catalina's soul would be like a sun surrounded by ore. Even if there was a layer of obstruction on the outside, the brilliance of the core would be impossible to cover up. Her soul strength is just like the reincarnation of a legendary hero or a god's child. If even such existences can be mass-produced, then it's only natural that the Halettim generation was wiped out by the gods back in the day. I tried having Catalina interact with martial arts and magic, but I didn't see any specialties in her. However, she definitely had something special about her. After all, it was impossible for the Halettim generation to expend so many resources to create such a top-level artificial soul, only to use her as a common job like a bar waitress. I was unable to recreate the process of creating artificial souls, but I understood what high quality meant. In order to create such a naturally powerful soul, a sufficient price would have to be paid. Just a slight estimate told me that the price far surpassed the value of a floating city. There was nothing more attractive than an unknown, yet powerful artificial soul to soul experts. If it wasn't for the fact that Catalina was a mechanical life form and not an ordinary life form, and that I wasn't skilled in engineering, I wouldn't have been confident in being able to successfully dismantle and recreate her soul. It was likely that Catalina would have already been reduced to spare parts. And if it wasn't for the fact that Catalina attracted so much of my attention, I probably wouldn't have stayed here, nor would I have discovered Dragon Knight General Barton. I wasn't gay, so why would I memorize a man's name for no reason? I only discovered Catalina's family as a bonus. Just a single creation already has such profound secrets. There must be astonishing secrets in those ruins. I absolutely can't lose them. If it wasn't for the fact that researching Catalina and training up little Barton had taken up so much of my energy, I would have gone to those ruins long ago to dig up treasures. Now that it was highly likely that someone else would beat me to it, I wanted to obtain all the secrets and benefits from those ruins. That was my main goal for coming here. And in order to completely squeeze out all the value from those ruins, I didn't even mind exposing myself and invited the great engineer, Tim Ladd. What? An undead portal? Well, since I met them, I might as well take care of them. If I couldn't take care of them, then so be it. There were so many battlefields in this world, so what could I possibly do about it? Aren't you afraid of going overboard and having an HE version of a war between humans and machines? Perhaps the woman before you is the future Skynet, and the ancient ruins you're really going to excavate might actually be a dormant killing machine factory. The Terminator? Don't try to scare me. Theoretically speaking, I don't believe that creating a completely humanoid soul like Catalina is a technology that can be mass-produced. And even if it can be mass-produced, and even if dangerous artificial souls are created, this isn't Earth. What's there to be afraid of? That's right, this wasn't a modern city filled with electrical and electronic devices. Not only was most of this world still in the Middle Ages, even magical engineering was only similar to purely manual machines. There was no room for artificial souls to interfere. Even if I wanted to have a war between Skynet and magic, there wouldn't be a place for Skynet to grow strong. What? My technology would mature after several thousand years? A war between humans and machines would occur at that time? At that time, who knows where my ashes would go? What does that have to do with me? Caro, you have a strange expression on your face. Are you feeling unwell? There were far too many thoughts going through her mind. Caro's constant changing expression made Catalina feel uneasy. She carefully asked Caro this question. He's thinking about how to strip off your clothes. Harlois's words were filled with malice. However, this caused Catalina to suddenly take half a step back and lean against her chair. Caro's expression was one of desire to skin her alive. She had long since been suspicious of Caro. Far too many things had happened in the past few days, to the point where she, a barmaid who hadn't received much education, was unable to think straight. Caro's originally trustworthy good friend suddenly became a high and mighty mage. Caro was now looking at her as if he could see through her very soul, which made her feel uneasy. No matter how much she thought about it, there had to be some other reason for a venerated mage to pretend to be a gambling addict in a bar for half a year. He even got along well with a barmaid of lowly birth. And now, this golden-haired little girl seemed to give a reasonable answer. Caro, tell me that you're not such a person. Why aren't you saying anything? We're good friends. I treat you as a brother, as an older brother. Could it be that you really just want to bed me? The barmaid who hadn't gone to school had interacted with uncouth adventurers since she was young. Her words were so direct and bold. For a moment, forget about me. Even Harlois, who was filled with malice just a moment ago, was stunned. Big sister, he's a bastard. He's an irresponsible playboy. He's already made countless girls cry. Even I'm one of his victims. And what he wants to do the most right now is to strip off everything from you. Look at how he's grinding his teeth. He's going to beat me up again. Save me, big sister. The darned cat pounced into Catalina's embrace. Tears were already flowing out from the corners of her eyes. She seemed to have suffered greatly. You think you can ask him. He placed a curse on himself. He can't lie, but he's very good at using flowery words to get away with it. You can ask him if what I said just now was true. Does he want to strip you? Did he make many good girls cry? Yes, no? Flowery words. There's no doubt that we don't need any other answers. F***CK. Harlouise. I wanted to go berserk, but I didn't know how it felt to be tied down by the truth and lies that I was so skilled at. However, I didn't know how to start. And in other people's eyes, my anger was probably due to the humiliation of having a bad habit exposed. In Katerina's eyes, my silence was a form of tacit agreement. This was a tremendous blow to her, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face instantly paled as she stumbled down the carriage and hid behind her adopted father's back. Silly cat! Ha! Eliza, Amelia, you actually have the mood to get involved in a new relationship? I'm the one who ruined your plans. Don't thank me. Just as I was about to take revenge, those two familiar names caused me to instantly cool down. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the gargoyles, I received some trouble that I had no choice but to deal with. Chapter 494. Every era has its own imprint, which is an objective fact that is not determined by personal opinions. In the feudal era of the Middle Ages, advocating bourgeois revolution was tantamount to seeking death. If you advocated equality for all and socialism, you would be seeking death. In HE, the core reason why the feudal system of feudal enfeoffment and city-states was so deeply rooted was because of the cruel natural environment. The weak needed to rely on the strong to survive. The wild was full of ferocious magical beasts, and they were always in a cruel natural cycle. If they lived in the wild, it was equivalent to putting themselves into the food chain, and in most cases, ordinary humans could only become food. A pack of ordinary wild wolves would be capable of devouring a family of 6. Even a pack of wild wolves wouldn't be able to defeat a single winter wolf, magical beast. A pack of winter wolves was nothing more than the frost giant's livestock. Whenever winter arrived, the white dragons would generally enjoy the frost giant's abundant food and warm caves. They would also use the bodies of the white dragons, frozen in ice, as backup rations. Of course, the reality of society would change. Sometimes it would change for the better, and sometimes it would change for the worse. Although humans had their limits, some people were capable of changing the world bit by bit. Did this sound contradictory? In a certain world, the discoveries and inventions of Darwin, Bruno, and other scientists were gradually announcing the end of the ignorant era. The birth of magical engineering technology, the popularization of elemental users, and the power of law were also gradually reducing the gap between the strong and the weak. The collapse of the holy light divine authority was also, from a different standpoint, announcing the end of the power of natural talents. All right, some people could probably tell that all these changes were related to a certain someone. He had indeed played a big game of chess. Some things can only be done, not said. When the time comes, what should come will come. Idiots who shout, "It's coming." All the crowns are about to fall to the mortal realm. Before the time comes, will only be crushed by the wheels of history. All this time, a certain someone had only done things without saying anything. He knew that some things could only be done naturally. He had never intended to shout slogans and become the mortal enemy of the various kings. After all, in this feudal era, that would be the equivalent of cutting himself off from the world. A certain someone only hoped that he would sow some seeds. After he died, the constantly increasing productivity and social trends would change the world for the better. But, at least for now, there was still nothing to write home about in this world. There would still be plenty of troubles. Robbers. How could there be bandits in this season? This is an official road. Perhaps the ones who were the most shocked by this news were the trio from the northern lands. Perhaps it's better to put it in another way. Rebels, Marquis, Stanley's rebels. I just heard the news a few days ago that they're fighting again. Old Barton, who used to be a mercenary, was now the owner of a bar. How could he not know about this? Betrayal at this time? This was the Holy War, a battle for justice that involves the entire race. Mary, who had just arrived in the Dukedom, was very surprised, but from what she said, the things she knew were probably just the written information. It said that the Marquis is a devil worshipper. His military flag has the symbol of an evil snakehead devouring skulls. The elders of the Holy Church have long since declared him to be a heretic, but they don't have the spare energy to deal with an enemy so far away. The gargoyle's vision far surpassed that of an ordinary scout. After gathering the information, they were able to obtain some new information that made them feel helpless. After sharing the information with a few of the leaders, arguments and discussions continued in the carriage. Is it a devil that interfered this time? It's impossible that it's our friendly army this time. This kind of thing had happened quite a lot in the past few years. Humans were not a very strong species, especially those bloated nobles who held high positions just because of their bloodline. They had many desires, such as immortality, greater power, and a higher status. The devil's temptation and the devil's whisper were just metaphors in the past, but now they were real threats. Dimensional invaders needed strongholds, sacrifices, and a sufficient number of souls. This was especially true after the Chaos Abyss Lord in the lower planes had disappeared. Many major demon lords fell in love with this once-in-a-lifetime carnival. Demon worshippers and dark cultists were at least 100 times more active than 10 years ago, and the youthfulness and power obtained through sacrifices caused even more people to walk down this seemingly shortcut of no return. The strongest noble of the Dukedom, Marquis Stanley, had recently raised the flag of rebellion. No matter if there really was a devil behind this, or if it was just to scare his cowardly subordinates into following him, Marquis Stanley had drawn a devil's symbol on his military flag. It was obvious that he no longer viewed himself as an ordinary human or a subordinate of Dukedom. Naturally, the Dukedom sent out an army led by the Archduke's eldest son to fight against Marquis Stanley. The dukedom summoned several major nobles to fight against Marquis Stanley. This seemed to have happened last winter. Both sides had already fought more than 10 small-scale battles of various sizes, with no clear victor. This originally didn't have much to do with us. After all, the main battlefields were all major demon lords' territories, which were quite far away from us. And as long as there was a war, there would definitely be defeated armies and deserters. These people were even more dangerous than ordinary bandits. If these defeated generals and deserters returned to their hometowns, they would likely be hanged to death. If they were deserters from the rebel army, they would even have a few more wanted posters on them. They wouldn't even dare to go to ordinary cities. A group of semi-professional warriors like them also needed to eat. In the face of the pressure of survival, they basically had no bottom line as they risked their lives to begin with. The best way to support themselves was probably to become bandits and rob passing merchant caravans. In normal situations, only after the Civil War had ended would the victors have the strength to begin hunting down deserters. However, the Civil War had already been going on for more than half a year without any results. It was far from over. The scale of the war wasn't large. There were less than 100,000 people participating. In front of me, who was used to epic battles, this could only be considered a small skirmish. But even such a small skirmish was enough to cause hundreds or even thousands of deserters. And a bandit group consisting of only a few dozen deserters was already the tragedy of a small village or a small merchant group. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born in this generation, a tragedy that belonged to mortals. They have several dozen ordinary people with them. They're probably captives, and many of them are injured. Are there any nearby villages? There's a village called Lanty on the map. It only has about 100 households, so several dozen professional soldiers should definitely be able to take it down. What about the nearby domain lord? He didn't send out troops to suppress the bandits? I think he's just a second-generation knight who donated money to get his position. He just got here not long ago, and he only has a few dozen guards under him. He might not be able to react in time. and even if he did react, he might not be able to defeat them. It seems that there are locals among them. As a professional mercenary who had been in the area for almost 30 years, the quasi-legend Winston had some understanding of the surrounding domain lords. After all, these were the most common employers for powerful mercenaries like him. Protecting the safety of one's own territory was the duty of every domain lord. If other domain lords were to do this for them, it would be the equivalent of declaring war. And if they weren't strong enough and needed to take action, hiring some trustworthy mercenaries was only natural. And if it wasn't for the fact that he had already received this mission, the righteous Winston would definitely have recommended himself to the Knight Domain Lord, accepted the mission, and led his brothers to eliminate these deserters who were endangering the village. I nodded. Winston's judgment was reasonable, and these deserters weren't stupid. They picked on the weakest, and the Domain Lord would pick on the weakest. It was likely that there was a local guide among them. I had the gargoyle look into the distance. In the direction of Lanny village, I could faintly see the light of fire and black smoke. It seemed that these bandits had just attacked the village and were still on their way home. And now they were lying in ambush at the top of a mountain on the official road that we had to pass through. It was likely that they had seen our carriage from a high place and wanted to catch up with us. The luxurious carriage and the white horses pulling the carriage were practically the symbol of a major noble. Those warriors with messy footsteps and uneven equipment were obviously mercenaries. Added together, they were a piece of top-notch fatty meat. I'll go and quickly deal with them so we can hurry on our way. I still need some skeleton soldiers and zombies. As former professional soldiers, they shouldn't disappoint me. Chapter 495. 27 women, more than 30 children, and more than 10 craftsmen. As slaves, this would be a great fortune. For the Swift Sword mercenary group that had already fallen to become a group of bandits, this was a rare harvest. Contrary to what some people had guessed, the Swift Sword mercenary group that was wreaking havoc around the new Knight Lord wasn't a group of bandits that had been formed on the spot. Their previous incarnation was the Swift Sword Warriors mercenary group that the rebellious Marquis had hired. For a mercenary group, it was a rare opportunity to be recruited by a great lord. The mercenary group itself would receive official support and supplies, while the ordinary members would receive generous rewards and promotion opportunities. And for the higher-ups, this was the only chance for them to become nobles. There was no lack of ambitious mercenaries among the modeled mercenaries. As long as they were given enough rewards, mercenaries who were originally outlaws would be able to take off anyone's head, including their own. Countless strong mercenaries would be tempted by the opportunity to have themselves and their descendants become high and mighty nobles. However, a great lord wouldn't casually throw away the opportunity to recruit them. If a new noble wanted a territory, it would be the same as cutting off his own flesh. And even if the new noble didn't have a territory, he would still have to give his retainers the same value. You wanted to obtain a noble title? Sure, you could fight with your life on the line. As long as you could prove your strength on the battlefield and obtain enough merits, it would be possible for you to obtain the great lord's recognition. Note that the prerequisite for this was that the large mercenary groups would be able to obtain enough merits, maintain their organization, and maintain at least 80% of their combat strength. After all, the great nobles weren't philanthropists. Even if you made great contributions, once you lost your own value, it would be meaningless. On the other hand, a mercenary group that had suffered heavy losses was very suitable for recycling. Ordinary members could at least become qualified private soldiers, and it would be quite cheap to hire powerful individuals who didn't have a strong team. This was the voluntary, free cannon fodder that the nobles loved the most. Thus, war, a pure and dangerous war, was not a mission that ordinary mercenaries were willing to participate in. After all, when the rewards were high, it also meant that the risks were extremely high. However, everyone knew that the world had no lack of ambitious people and gamblers who thought that they were the only lucky ones. As long as there was war, there would be vultures and hyenas chasing after it. The major lords indeed loved to temporarily hire mercenary groups. Although more than 70% of these mercenary groups were used and discarded pawns, there were rare cases of mercenary groups that were lucky enough to become nobles and regular armies. This encouraged even more mercenary groups to fly like moths to a flame. The original Swift Blade Brave Squad was one of the lucky ones. He had successfully achieved an astonishing amount of military merits, but the leader, Entelai, is dead. Our achievements are gone, and so is the Swift Blade Warriors. A few of our brothers have been hung on the flagpole. Only the vice leader, Khan, has become a noble knight. Brother Schenker said that it was Khan who betrayed us and used the lives of our brothers to exchange for wealth and honor. So we came to find Khan for revenge. By killing civilians, that's just Khan's property. We plan to sell more and at least get our share back. The citizens are the personal wealth of the Lord. In a sense, this was also a mainstream concept in this world. The 2 sentries of the Swift Blade Brave Squad were lying together. One of them couldn't move at all, while the other was calmly describing their righteous revenge in front of me. To be able to say these things without a change in his expression, it wasn't because his mental fortitude was great. It was because his soul was collapsing and he was unable to prevent the information from being leaked. Retracting my index finger from the forehead of the sentries, the black mist began to dissipate. The black pupils had already lost their focus, and what followed was the soul of this weakling dissipating. Even though he still had breath and warmth, he was already a living dead man. When I placed my index finger on the face of the other sentries, the young face was distorted by fear. Cold sweat frantically dripped down, and the yellow liquid that came out from his body made me furrow my eyebrows. The ugly state of the other party made me lose the intention to verify the information. The stench even made me lose interest in his corpse. With a snap of my fingers, the partial suffocation caused the sentries to turn into a dried corpse in fear. The fatal binding made even the most common pleas for help by the neck become an extravagant hope. The only signs of resistance were the bloody scratches left by his fingernails on the ground. It had been a long time since I acted as an evil undead mage, so it was a good thing that I wasn't out of practice. However, the changes in my companions behind me were quite obvious. The scattered mercenaries, led by the dwarf brothers, had rather ugly expressions, but they were mostly filled with respect and fear. It was one thing to know that someone was powerful, but it was another to be vicious and merciless. I had the same smile as before on my face, but I was quite satisfied. At least in the short term, the negative effects of my loss of moral integrity in the past could be ignored. For mercenaries, a powerful and cruel undead mage wasn't easy to fool. As their employer, my orders should be carried out. Meanwhile, old Barton's old companion, Winston, had an ugly expression and was fiddling with something. An evil undead mage? Why didn't the holy light kill him? Even without lip reading, I could guess what he was thinking. After all, this old fellow could be considered a traditional believer of the holy light who went to church twice a week. However, the one with the biggest reaction was probably Catalina. She hid behind her adopted father with a pale face, biting her lips tightly. Her eyes couldn't help but wander, not even daring to look at the corpses that had died horribly. My expression didn't change, but I sighed in my heart. You've made up your mind? Directly cut off the seeds to prevent the little girl from sinking too deep. That's a wise choice. The silly cat's voice of schadenfreude sounded in my ear. The pure joy and malice in her voice were undisguised. It seemed that this silly cat was also a member of the FFF. However, I shook my head. Don't think too much about it. I'm just using the most suitable method to obtain information. I'm an undead mage now. I don't use undead magic, so why would I use torture? As for the northern trio, the 2 veterans didn't seem to care at all. However, the goblin, Thor, had a face full of hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that the situation was so unsuitable, he would probably have taken out his tool manual and started furiously flipping through it like usual. Is it correct for us to attack these people? Don't misunderstand. The red light from the judgment spell had already sentenced the 2 sentries to death. What Thor was doubting was the truth that they had stated. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. This Thor was too inexperienced. It was fine if he had doubts in his heart, but he actually accidentally asked about it. Not to mention, he even asked an undead mage. But if everything is true, they have a reason to take revenge. Take revenge on the person themselves. What does it have to do with the innocent villagers? Oh, you probably think that the citizens are the domain lord's wealth, and that taking their wealth is also a form of revenge. Thor fell silent. It seemed that he also agreed with the traditional view that the citizens were the domain lord's wealth. I also fell into deep thought. Sometimes this thing called tradition was really annoying. Even if it seemed absurd and unreasonable to me, if the majority of people agreed with it, then even if it was fake, it would become true. Even if it was illogical, it would become an ironclad law. The other hidden meaning of this tradition was that nobles had a higher status than commoners. People weren't equal. If I wanted to prove that this traditional view was wrong, it would be the same as declaring that everyone was equal. In this era of feudal royalty, doing so would be suicidal. And in this cruel world where wind and rain swayed, people believed that bloody revenge was a person's most basic right. It was far more righteous than any law. It was just like how in the cruel world of wuxia novels, it was only natural for a son to take revenge on his father. The only right to enforce the law required the support of the only political power. If someone said that only those in the legal profession could carry out the death penalty, that person would be treated as a joke. Proving a tradition to be wrong wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time, let alone 2. So, I decided to first bypass the tradition. Are they guilty? Yes, the judgment spell and their testimony proved that they were guilty. Do they deserve to die? Damn it, not only did they carry out a massacre, they also carried out kidnappings, human trafficking, and other crimes. All of these add up to a capital offense. Then it's not wrong to execute them now, right? Don't interrupt me. I know you want to say that they have the freedom to take revenge, but that doesn't mean that they shouldn't be punished for their crimes, right? Yes, but this is this and that is that. This crime and that crime are counted separately, since there's nothing wrong with the one in front of us. Let's deal with the one in front of us first before we have time to deal with the next one. These bandits deserve to die, so let them die. If the domain lord is guilty, you can put him on trial again. Saul came to a sudden realization. With a face full of excitement, he began taking out his notebook to take notes. The others were astonished that the stubborn law profession could actually be persuaded. Even the dark elf Antonite, who always had a cold expression on his face, revealed a slightly surprised expression. Meanwhile, I was secretly grumbling in my heart. Looking at this little idiot, my habit of teaching suddenly came back. I hoped that no one would see through it. Wait, something isn't right. Looking at those bandits who were still staring at our virtual image and drooling, I suddenly felt that something wasn't right. HM? Did the Swift Sword Gang discover us? No, don't you think it's strange? Why are they waiting here with these burdensome captives? Aren't they afraid of being discovered by the domain lord? Just now, that sentinel said that he wanted to sell some captives for money. This isn't a transaction that ordinary merchants can accept. There aren't any professional slave traders around, and most transactions are done face-to-face, which means that they're waiting for the other party to make a deal with. Not only that, attacking a village will result in the domain lord's encirclement. This is a serious crime that even bandits don't dare to do, since they were confident in exchanging the villagers for money from the very beginning. It's highly likely that they were hired by someone to collect captives. And who is the one that needs captives the most right now? It's the Death Council that desperately needs sacrifices. Perhaps there will be clues about those evil cultists. No, such an important sacrifice should be personally taken by the higher-ups of the Death Council. When the silly cat and I came to an agreement, we looked at those bandits with greed in our eyes, as if we were looking at delicious fat sheep. Chapter 496. The affairs of the world truly are unpredictable. Ominous magic surged out from the shadows. After being infused with actual evil intent, the magic transformed into a black mist that contained the power of Hades and the power of death. The black mist gathered, circled, and compressed above my finger, forming a tangible, ominous light. Kill him. Don't let him cast this spell. Just the magic that was spreading out from my finger mixed with the black mist and transformed into a roaring skull. The spell hadn't even taken form yet, but it already had such power. This was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even without the swift sword gang's leader giving any orders, even ordinary bandits would know what to do after witnessing such a frightening scene. The tall, one-eyed archer swiftly picked up his bow and arrows. The armed bandits didn't say anything else and roared as they charged forward. There was even a sly fellow who directly used a captive as his meat shield. At the moment of life and death, everyone made their choice, but I could only silently sigh. Although life is unpredictable, at least everyone is equal in the face of death. Open, gate of Hades. The black light gathered together, and the black mist of the skull roared behind him. It was as if some sort of gate from another world had been opened. It was evident that the spell was almost complete. The aura of death spread out, and the cowardly bandits were so frightened that they dropped their weapons. Even the fierce bandits had twisted expressions of fear. They could already smell the scent of death. Only the one-eyed bandit leader kept focusing on aiming. He knew that he only had one chance against this archmage who had suddenly appeared. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to survive against such an opponent again. *paw. At the same time that my ears couldn't hear the twang of the bowstring. The enchanted mithril arrowhead arrived in front of me. The bowstring broke through the speed of sound. This ranger had most likely broken through to the legend rank. Cat shield. With just a thought, the owner of the magical pet gave the command. A white cat jumped out from the shadows and happened to block the arrow. However, judging from the cat's displeased glare, it didn't seem like it was willing to do so. Still, magical pets were meant to block arrows. Damn it! Seeing that his attack had been blocked by a cat, the former ranger captain of the Swiftblade Warriors, who is now the boss of the bandit group, Swiftblade, the one-eyed eagle Shink, had a look of disbelief on his face. He knew the power of his arrows. Those were piercing arrows that could shatter heavy armor. Even if they were blocked by a human body, they could still pierce through a meat shield and kill the vulnerable mage behind them. The tail of the arrow was still on the cat's body, but the arrowhead had disappeared without a trace. Then, the place where the arrow hit the cat twisted, and the wound on its body turned into a big gulp. In the end, the precious mithril exorcism arrow disappeared without a trace. However, the facts in front of him forced him to admit that the heavy arrow that could pierce through rocks had mysteriously disappeared into the body of that ordinary house cat. The white cat even burped as if it had eaten some delicious food. Monster. Shanker's judgment was not wrong. The house cat in front of him was indeed a monster disguised as a cat. But as soon as he spoke, the cat's vertical beast eyes stared at him. Monster! The same words had been spoken out of anger a moment ago, but now they were spoken out of fear and helplessness. With just one glance, he felt as if he had been devoured by a ferocious beast. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He had experienced countless battles, but he had never felt so close to death. How many people must have been killed to accumulate this kind of killing intent? This was definitely not a monster that he could deal with. Escape? No, I can't give up on these last brothers. But if I don't escape, I'll only... The bandit boss was still struggling with himself. The sixth circle death spell, Gate of Hades, had already been completed, but it still made him make a decision. The next moment, however, a flying elf was born from it. The palm-sized black elf giggled in the sky, leaving behind black fog and bell-like giggles wherever she went. The magic condensed elf, was like a living creature. Her transparent wings were no longer flapping, and black gem dust was constantly falling from them. She flew in the sky for a while, leaving behind a man-made, brilliant galaxy. Suddenly, she glided down and passed by the bandits. Even the blades couldn't stop her giggles. It seemed that she was playing around. The spell failed? That black-robed mage isn't an enemy? The bandits were just rejoicing when the situation suddenly changed again. Gate of Hades opened up. The elf giggled in the sky. Her soft and strange voice allowed everyone to understand the meaning of her strange language. Suddenly, the elf's entire body exploded and transformed back into black fog. The black fog transformed back into a crazily laughing skull, but this time it was more than 3 meters tall and seemed real. The skull's eyes seemed to be smiling, and its huge mouth seemed to be devouring light like a black hole. That was the Gate of Hades, a dark abyss that devoured souls. The bandits had just been playing with the elf, but in the next moment they all collapsed to the ground. Their eyes were still wide open, but there was no focus in them. That was because they had lost their souls, as if it had discovered that it no longer had any food. The skull's door closed once again. This time, it transformed back into the elf, which then giggled at me before vanishing. This spell is truly filled with evil intent. Is it your interest? No! I simply constructed the spell's model based on the principles behind it. I don't know why it became like this. Perhaps the power of Hades itself is special, or perhaps the gods of the Hades faction that this spell borrowed power from have such evil interests to begin with. Death magic, Gate of Hades. If you analyzed its magic model, you would find that it wasn't actually any difficult spell. It was simply a spell that connected Hades, opened up a hole, and used the power of the Hades within to attack the enemy. Or, to put it more directly, it was a spell that stole the souls of mortals. It was obvious that this was a spell that required the gods' approval. It was a new type of spell that was somewhere between divine arts and magic. However, in terms of principles, it was the same as before. The Order God's divine arts included the light of heaven, while the Chaos Demon's divine arts included the reign of chaos. The former was used to open up a dimensional door to the higher planes, using the positive energy of the higher planes to attack the undead, demons, and other creatures. The latter was the exact opposite. The power of chaos in the lower planes was effective against all mortal creatures, and it even had additional effects against creatures of order like angels. However, the same magic's principles were completely different when it came to the Hades faction. First of all, the lowest rank light of heaven was only a 3-circle divine art, while the Gate of Hades was between the 6-circle and 7-circle difficult to cast. It was already a legend's specialty. However, the huge cost of casting it also had an even more outstanding effect. Judging from the magic's principles, this was an AoE spell with a high chance of instant death. I nodded in satisfaction as I looked at the pile of bandits' corpses in front of me. The effects were even better than I had expected. It would seem that the spell model for the spell could finally be finalized. After that, I would hand it over to the magic country, for safekeeping. The Order gods had their own divine arts. Holy light was a type of positive energy, which was the most natural support for the Order faction. Originally, the power of death was purely negative energy. However, after the Hades were created, the power of death gained the concepts of judgment, death, reincarnation, and atonement. It became a brand new type of energy, the power of Hades. We're fine? The villagers who were also within the spell's range discovered to their astonishment that they were completely unharmed. They were delighted to discover that the bandits around them had all collapsed. In the past, the power of death was like a berserk waterfall. It had tremendous destructive power, but was uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the power of Hades was like the quietly flowing river Styx. Although it seemed calm, it contained a threat that could even kill angels. However, as long as it was in accordance with the natural laws, it would be harmless and could be guided. The flowing silver sand swirled in my hands. The black stars within the sand were as resplendent as gemstones. The power of Hades had evolved from the power of death. Following the reconnection between the Hades and the Achi plane, the power of Hades had become one of the most basic natural laws of this world. Countless mages and priests, especially necromancers and evil god priests, were researching this new power. In my case, this new gold-rank power, known as the Emissary of Hades, was almost mature enough to be popularized. Take note, although the power of Hades was an evolution of the power of death, priests and normal mages could also learn and master it. The former would establish a connection with the gods of Hades, while the latter would have to interact with the natural laws of Hades. However, there was no need for them to become necromancers who were filled with negative energy. The powerful might of a new magic was the best calling card. Even though there weren't many researchers working on it, there were already more than 30 new types of magic in the Hades spell catalog. Among them, there were quite a few that were destined to leave their names in history. However, only 2 of them were personally created by me. You have the cheek to say that? If it wasn't for me, you would only be able to complete this spell after another 10 years. All right, I have to admit that the darned cat who was glaring at me right now had better talent in magic than me. Not only did she invent 7 of them, I also had my 2 spell models thanks to her help. As for how to kill the bandits without harming the villagers, the red light on the corpses and the judge soul who was currently helping the villagers was the reason. Law incantation, judgment. Originally, this spell could only be used in conjunction with law incantations to increase its power. However, since the god of law and the ruler of Hades were of the same family, the powers of these 2 systems were actually able to stack together. The power of Hades itself had the concept of judging sinners. Right now, through judgment, it was able to pinpoint the location of the most recent crime, which also served as a marker. If it wasn't for judgment's pinpointing location, it would probably be an instant death magic test. This was a test of one's life and will. Before the power of Hades ran out, I didn't know if the bandits would be able to all die, but the villagers definitely wouldn't be able to survive. Right now, the white light that represented the innocent was their strongest fortress. If the power of law is a protective shield, then the new divine arts and magic created by the power of Hades would probably be the best weapons. After testing the results of the spell, I discovered to my astonishment that one of the bandits actually didn't die. Although the one-eyed man with the bow was only breathing out and not in, I seemed to have a decent experimental subject. Chapter 497. Con Stark was one of the high-ranking members of the brave, swift, sword mercenary group. His nickname was White Eagle Knight. Unlike other grassroots mercenaries who didn't even have a surname, Stark was once a very famous local noble. However, by Khan's grandfather's generation, he had already fallen from grace. Even Khan had to borrow money from his distant relatives to study and practice martial arts. The white eagle emblem with its wings spread high in the sky was a noble emblem that had already lost all meaning. It was also a great mockery of the unfilial descendants of meritorious nobles. Khan had grown up listening to his ancestors' heroic stories, but what awaited him was the reality that his family was destitute. Apart from his ancestral martial arts and armor, he had almost nothing. It was far too common for a knight whose family had fallen from grace to become a mercenary. There was a 99% chance that he would die in some random alley. However, Khan was different. He had been intelligent ever since he was young, and he had set great ambitions. While other mercenaries were living a befuddled life, he was working hard to revive his family. He didn't die on the battlefield, and he always led the charge. Before he was 40, he had already gone from an ordinary mercenary to a legend-rank knight. His reputation had spread far and wide. He was forthright, decisive, and enthusiastic about helping others. He had a high reputation in the mercenary group, and he was also a high-ranking member in charge of diplomatic affairs. He had even personally arranged for the rebellious Marquis to join in this civil war. It was said that he was the next leader of the mercenary group. It could be said that he was at the peak of his life. He was the template for an ordinary person to turn over a new leaf. However, the old mercenary group leader who had always treated Khan as his own son didn't know that in Stark's eyes, this mercenary group, which he viewed as his family, was a stepping stone for his family to return to the circle of nobles, even though it was a stain on his ancestors' reputation. And then, actually, the process wasn't important at all. It was just a series of betrayals and conspiracies. Since there was a motive and the ability to plan a rebellion, one only needed to look at the results to know what a successful schemer or ambitious schemer had done. The Swift Sword group, which had been on the rebel army side, was almost completely annihilated, while he himself had become a knight lord of the kingdom side, completing the transition from a rebel to a legitimate noble. In an instant, he had achieved his life's goal and once again used the white eagle emblem and war flag that had been passed down in his family for generations. However, Stark, who seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life, was currently filled with vexation. It wasn't that he had just received a warning about a small village in his territory being attacked, as there were far too many such incidents. The villagers in remote areas were all poor people who couldn't afford to pay taxes, so even if they were fed to wild beasts, they wouldn't suffer much. What he was truly vexed about was the special envoy before him, Prince Link, the second son of Archduke Sala. The younger prince's older brother was currently at war with Marquis Stanley. It was rumored that this younger prince had previously studied in the Mage country. Although he had just turned 20 years old, he was quite famous in the capital's academic and magical circles. His arrival as a special envoy was rather sudden, and he was accompanied by the kingdom's most elite Boulder heavy infantry squad. The moment he spoke, he asked for the map of Karn's territory and the latest information, and he even wanted Karn to summon all his warriors. It was obvious that something important was going on. On one side was a noble member of the royal family who had the kingdom's most elite army, while on the other side was a small knight lord. Even the militia only numbered less than 100. The younger prince didn't need to explain anything to Con Stark. Con could only do as Link said. Could it be that he's here for the treasure map? Stark's heart was pounding. The reason why he had chosen this border area was because of an ancient treasure map left behind by his family. The location of the treasure was in the nearby mountain range, and the only mountain path leading to and from the mountain range was in this territory. Why didn't he directly go and retrieve the treasure? It was rumored that the ruins were guarded by extremely strong guards. This wasn't something that could be taken care of in a short period of time. Originally, Stark had intended to develop his territory and establish his own private army before thinking about stealing the treasure. That's impossible. I've hidden that map very well. He had always kept that treasure map close to his body. After all, it was related to his endless wealth and great power in slumber. It was his greatest reliance on reviving his family. Stark kept comforting himself, but when he entered Prince Link's temporary command center, he almost couldn't hide his panic. What was pasted on the wall was an enlarged version of the map that had been passed down to him by his ancestors. The familiar markings of the ruins were at the place that had left the deepest impression on him. Their destination is our grandfather's inheritance? How is that possible? Who leaked my family's secret? At that time, I saw Khan always fiddling around in his tent. Boss was afraid that something would go wrong, so he had me investigate him. That was how I found this treasure map. Treasure map? No, this was just an ordinary map of the base. The markings and words on it only explained the purpose of this base's factory. Endless wealth and great power in slumber? Only true scholars would be able to decipher the words of the Halettum generation. Just the vague description alone was enough to tell that it was a prophecy magic spell. That's a research base of the Halettum generation. The secrets of knowledge and technology are endless wealth and power to begin with. It's completely understandable that a prophecy magic spell would give such an answer. The parchment that I had obtained from Shink was incredibly tattered. However, the lines drawn on the parchment were still quite clear. This was a hand-copied map. Considering that many rangers were also experts in scouting and drawing, Shink's words were quite trustworthy. How many people know about this map? Did the Death Council obtain this map from you? I had already confirmed that the bandit group in front of me did indeed have business dealings with the Death Council. In that case, the Death Council was probably able to find the ruins because of me. In that case, my information would be even more valuable. Although Shink had survived the Door of Hades, he was still incredibly weak. In my eyes, his weak soul fire was just like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. In his current state, it was impossible for Shink to stop my search. A simple suggestion spell was all it took for him to tell me everything he knew. However, I was worried that he would suddenly die when I saw the ranger collapsing on the ground, so I sent him a sliver of holy light. His complexion improved slightly, but his soul fire was still about to be extinguished at any moment. That was because holy light was unable to heal the soul. However, the improved physical strength allowed him to at least tell me some information. After that bastard betrayed me, I directly sold this map to more than 10 merchant guilds and mercenary groups. I wanted everyone to know Khan Stark's password. I wanted everyone to steal his treasures. I wanted him to experience what it felt like to have something he loved stolen away. Even though Shink was under my control, the hatred in his tone was quite obvious. When he said Khan's name, his lifeless eyes suddenly regained their vigor. If it wasn't for the fact that I immediately increased my control over him, he probably would have broken free already. If word spread like wildfire, wouldn't it become a secret that everyone in the country would know? I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this, but then I became rather annoyed. From Shink's perspective, this was indeed the best way to take revenge. Revealing such wealth would only attract villains with evil intentions. As long as information about Khan Stark's treasure was leaked, the chances of Khan Stark obtaining the treasure would naturally be greatly reduced. However, from my perspective, it would be fine if it was only an adventuring team that wanted to steal the treasure. A treasure location that didn't have a legend behind it would most likely be a waste of effort. Veteran adventurers wouldn't even consider it. However, if the information spread far and wide, there would inevitably be people who would recognize the treasure. If the Halettim generation's ruins attracted the attention of large factions, that would be a huge problem. The internal war will only happen this year. It won't take more than 6 months for the information to be leaked. The foreign factions won't be able to arrive in time. However, the longer we delay, the more unexpected things will happen. We need to speed things up. After dealing with official matters, it was now time for personal matters. I was quite curious as to why Shink was able to survive my Door of Hades. Based on the information I already knew, it was no coincidence that Shink was able to survive my Door of Hades. Death magic that could cause instant death would need to be countered by the target's resistances. Death magic created from negative energy would attack both the physical body and the soul. However, it would mainly attack the physical body. The Door of Hades naturally had the ability to forcefully control souls. This type of forceful control wasn't something that an ordinary physical body would be able to defend against. In that case, the only thing that could resist against the Door of Hades was the strength of one's soul, which was the stat that my system categorized as willpower. Strength 14, Agility 22, Constitution 14, Intelligence 12, Willpower 14, Revenge Oath plus 4, for a total of 18, Charm 12. He's quite a good material. Hatred was the catalyst for willpower. Shink, who swore to take revenge, used bitter practices to torment himself. The pain from his training also seemed to strengthen his soul's strength. His desire for revenge and his indestructible soul allowed him to survive the Door of Hades' soul-stealing ability. However, his soul was like a dying flame in the wind, which proved that he wouldn't be able to live for long. That's nothing. For us, life itself is meaningless. The soul is everything. That's right. For an undead mage, a powerful soul filled with hatred would be an irresistible temptation. Plus, a physical body would be an even better combination. I opened my arms, and the black mist that represented death transformed into a blooming black rose. The aura of death caused Shink to tremble and wake up. If I leave you alone, you'll die soon. Perhaps your corpse will be torn apart by the villagers you attacked to vent their hatred. However, I have a contract here. If you agree, not only will you be able to continue living, in a different way, I'll even grant you the ability to take revenge. The ability to take revenge on the bastard who betrayed you. How did he choose? Ha ha, this wasn't a choice to begin with. His decision was made from the very start due to his deep-rooted hatred for the door of Hades. I agree. As long as I can take revenge, I'm willing to do anything. On the other side, as I watched the people busy rescuing the villagers, I began to plan. Originally, this was just a vacation to relax. But now, it seems that not only will there be other competitors, the ruins' defense system will also be quite dangerous. Perhaps I'll need some additional combat strength. Chapter 498. Actually, at first, I wanted to be a swordsman who wore clothes as white as snow and came and went like the wind. But then, where did I go wrong? Why did my style become like this? The mage robe I bought from the town didn't even have any magic enchantments on it. It had almost zero defensive capabilities, and it didn't even have any magic buffs. It was quite uncomfortable to wear. The only use of this cheap black mage robe was probably to show off my identity as an evil undead mage. But the effect was so good that I didn't know what to say. TSK, TSK, this crying sounds like I'm about to go to a slaughterhouse. Perhaps it was because I had been too vicious with my attacks, or perhaps it was because Shink was screaming too pitifully during my transformation into an undead. But even though I was the one who saved him, the villagers all looked at me in fear. Some women and children were even crying, as if they themselves had suffered an even worse fate. Right now, apart from sighing at how terrible the reputation of undead mages was, I could only complain about how wrong the style was. A swordsman who wears snow-white clothes? Isn't that just cannon fodder? Your original goal in life was to become cannon fodder. Wait a moment, how could a white-clothed swordsman be cannon fodder? The silly cat's comment made me feel like something was wrong. What was wrong with the image of a swordsman in my mind? Cannon fodder? A large number of people are equipped with single-handed swords and two-handed swords, but they don't wear armor. Only the slaves who are brought here are given the cheapest and simplest long swords and two-handed swords, along with wooden shields and helmets to block arrows, forcing them to become cannon fodder. An unenchanted blunt sword won't even be able to cut through chain armor. And without armor, they'll just be easy targets for the enemy to kill. What else can they be other than cannon fodder? The silly cat seemed to be going crazy, and I had somewhat grasped the pattern. It seemed that every time I used undead magic or achieved a breakthrough in my snake magic, she would become more and more excited, as if this was proof of her teacher's power level. Based on my many years of experience, any militia that has received some basic training on the battlefield will carry a bamboo pole as a spear. At the very least, it has a longer attack range and a higher chance of survival on the battlefield. Only the cannon fodder that's forced to use up the enemy's stamina and magic power will only be given a single-handed sword and sent to the battlefield. Although I knew that she was trying to attack me maliciously, if I thought about it carefully, based on the common sense of this world, what she said was indeed the truth. In modern cities, the advancement of chemical industry had made clothing colors extremely common. However, in the Middle Ages, dyes could only be extracted from minerals and plants, which was rather troublesome. In the world of Aichi, the technology in this area had just sprouted and was monopolized by the alchemists, who used it for huge profits. Although the dye technology was now in the hands of merchants, and the price of the dye was not too expensive, it was still an expense. The clothes of the nobles were always colorful and gorgeous. The colorful animals and mythical patterns were not only decorations, but also symbols of their race and status. Even the big merchants would always wear colorful clothes to show off their wealth. Even the commoners would wear colorful clothes during festivals. Only the poor who had nothing would wear the colorless white clothes. Out of all the weapons in the world, there was a long sword that was similar in appearance and abilities to a kitchen knife. However, the long sword required fewer materials, and the blade was at least somewhat lethal. It was easy to learn how to use it. At the very least, it wouldn't hurt one's own people. Naturally, it became the best choice for cannon fodder. As the silly cat described, and I imagined it myself, the image of a white-clothed swordsman in my mind was mysteriously replaced by a swarthy farmer warrior. His swarthy face was filled with traces of working in the fields. Although he had a strong body, he had a silly smile on his face, filled with the joy of a good harvest. However, his undyed robe already had several dozen patches on it, yet he was unwilling to throw them away. His straw sandals, which had been washed so many times that they had turned white, were covered in mud. The kitchen knife that was tied to his waist was stabbed into a large radish so that he wouldn't accidentally injure himself. Yes, that's the right image. It's so lifelike. Youngsters truly have a rich imagination. Harloise, it's you. Watch my big cat ball. I used the cat ball technique that I hadn't used for a long time. I grabbed the silly cat by the neck and threw her with great force. I'll be back, meow. Even as I shouted in my mind, I had already transformed into a shooting star. Phew! I feel much better now that I've moved around. After messing around with Harloise, my increasingly depressed mood actually improved slightly. Perhaps this was the silly cat's way of showing concern for others. It was needless to say that undead mages weren't well liked. In most legends, undead mages would always be considered villains. However, I had just saved someone, yet Harloise was still staring at me as if I were a murderer. This was indeed quite displeasing. You care about what strangers think. It's probably because that little girl is looking at you like this that you're displeased. Perhaps it was because she had once seen a pile of corpses after a massacre. The sight of those bandits, corpses piled up together, seemed to make Catalina quite uncomfortable. She looked at me with an even stranger expression as she completely hid behind Barton's back. Do you think that I'm unable to toss you out? Go ahead and toss me. You shameless goddess. Do you really think that I can't handle you? Be careful that I don't read adult magazines overnight. You're too weak. Is this the revenge of a virgin? You should at least go see the real deal. You're a perverted brat with no guts. You deserve to be single for 300 years. If you really want to mess around, who can stop you? I'll die together with you. I'm going to go see the Goblin Playboy right now. The gay version. TSK. Those little things hugging each other. Ugh. I recalled the poster that I happened to see and felt a mysterious sense of discomfort that made me want to vomit. I surrender. Those green little things are so disgusting. They're really willing to sell anything for money. I had finally won. However, a mysterious sense of sorrow was still accumulating in my chest, as if I had accidentally lost something important. Was it my moral integrity? Was it the bottom line? Or was it the last bit of dignity of a pure straight man? Master, I've already left a signal. Everything went smoothly. Tonight's transaction will proceed as usual. A deep voice caused me to focus my attention on the one-eyed large man in front of me. His physical appearance hadn't changed much compared to when he was still alive. Only his skin had darkened, and there was an indescribable aura around him. It was as if something invisible was twisting beneath his skin. The pupil in his remaining eye had disappeared, leaving behind a frightening black cross scar in the middle of the white of his eye. How's your transformation into a dark ranger? My arm strength has nearly doubled, and my stamina is limitless. My eyesight has improved by more than 4 or 5 times, and I still need some time to get used to divine arts of darkness. That's all. Killing 3 of my previous selves would be no problem at all. Shink seemed to be quite satisfied with his current strength. He didn't seem to be dissatisfied with his current physical appearance, which would make even a child cry. I nodded in agreement. Don't go overboard. You've lost your sense of pain and fatigue, but that doesn't mean that your muscles won't be damaged or fatigued. This half-dead's physical body structure is still complete. I don't want experimental subject number 2 to mysteriously die before I can obtain enough experimental data. Experimental subject number 2? Of course, as a top-level necromancer, with a soul filled with hatred and a physical body of a legend before me. If I were to simply convert it into an undead, how would I be able to display my skills? Compared to a pure undead, although a half-living, half-undead has many of the flaws of the living, it retains the most enviable possibility of growth for undead. Using a legend as the benchmark to create a second half-dead, I really look forward to seeing how far it can go. A second one? The silly cat that I had just tossed out was the first one. However, in order to ensure a high success rate, I didn't care about the cost of creating this prototype. I even used resources like divine sins, not to mention the Golden Princess, who was a natural undead, was vastly different from a normal human soul. The only similarity between Shink and Harloise was probably their conversion ritual. Could this be the case of the first-generation robots generally having cheats, while the second-generation robots were generally extremely unlucky, inexplicably receiving bento? The mass-produced robots looked very powerful, but often after a high-profile appearance, they would suddenly become the source of cannon fodder and miscellaneous soldiers receiving the bento of the masses? So this world was actually a world of players with money? The only difference in combat strength was the difference in resources invested. It would seem that I had unknowingly learned the truth again. Getting back to the main topic, Shink, who was filled with hatred, was indeed a very useful tool for me. In fact, in order to take his emotions into consideration, I even buried the bandits from the Swift Sword Mercenary group. Isn't it because you don't like the incomplete ones anymore now that you have this new toy? Silly cat, do you want to fly away again right after returning? Although I was saying that I didn't believe it, I was actually silently agreeing with Harloise's guess. Indeed, compared to Shink, the zombies and skeletons were nothing. Just like Harloise, who had so many restrictions, the Dark Ranger Shink was a pure killing machine. His increased strength was due to the removal of the human body's natural limitations on the physical body. His pure physical strength would be at least 3 times greater than before, and he wouldn't feel any pain at all. Although his heart was still beating, it was no longer his vitals. The core in his brain was his vitals. Inside his brain was the soul fire of an undead lord, which gave him the ability to use dark magic and divine arts. And the buff energy would be able to replenish and heal his constantly injured body, giving him endless life, force, and stamina. The result of combining life and death would be this physical body of slaughter with limitless potential. Of course, combining life and death would also create a series of side effects and conflicts. Perhaps Shink would collapse at that time. But before that happened, he would be able to give me enough power to avenge myself, as well as give me even more useful data and information. If I gave him 2 years, he should be able to use combat strength that far surpassed ordinary saints. But when considering the possible battles and conflicts, as well as the fact that I might have to face enemies at the same level, I needed even more information. I glanced over at the corpses and helplessly gave up. Just as the silly cat had said, these mortal corpses that weren't even at the silver rank were nothing more than broken bodies. They also didn't have any special bloodlines or abilities. Spending energy on them would be a waste of time. If I made them into something like stitched demons, that would be far too eye-catching. Not only would I be at the gold rank, many living creatures would also view me with hostility. In the end, I looked over at my companions who were currently chatting with me, the mercenaries and the Northlands trio. It would seem that I'll have to think of a solution from the living. While Roland was still worrying about his lack of trump cards, it was a busy scene in Con Knight's territory. Numerous checkpoints had been set up at the entrance to the mountains. Fully armed royal soldiers were acting as guards, and anyone who approached would be driven away. The mountain residents who relied on the mountains for their livelihood could only think of other methods. Facing an unknown threat, the second son of the Archduke, Link, who had just completed his coming-of-age ceremony and received the title of Earl, didn't act rashly and immediately set out. As a mage, he understood just how troublesome the Halettim generation was and what kind of possibilities it held. He knew that it was highly likely that information had been leaked. He only had one chance, so he absolutely had to grasp it. And in half a month's time, when the second batch of reinforcements, including the engineering experts and the Royal Sword Saint, arrived, it would be time for him to set out. In his plan, no matter which country received the information and acted immediately, they would be at least half a month slower than him. But what he didn't know was that his father's mortal enemy, Marquis Tarek, had sent out treasure hunters with the same goal as him. They were already eyeing the area and could forcefully break through the blockade at any moment. Of course, he also didn't know that the seemingly obedient and loyal Night Lord was actually secretly plotting how to let the prince die in an unexpected disaster. And what was even more unfortunate was that a jinx had already arrived. He also had his eyes on the ruins of the Halettim generation, and he himself was already in this not-so-large territory. Chapter 499. With Shink acting as a spy, the Death Council's members had no idea that this traitor had already become an enemy who wanted to take their lives. They were completely unprepared, so it was quite easy for them to pull in the net that very night. Although the person waiting for them at the usual place was the same person they had traded with, the person they were loyal to was quite different. Just one contact was enough for them to be captured by a Dark Ranger. All right then, I also felt that this one-eyed Dark Ranger was quite awkward. After all, in my previous world, a certain Dark Ranger queen was the most popular. But since that world had developed to the point where even humans could become hunters and rangers, it was quite normal for her to enter the realm of darkness and death and become a Dark Ranger. Although the muscular Dark Ranger was indeed quite blind, unfortunately, I didn't have any spring of the Drowned Woman left. Right, system? Is that spring of the Drowned Woman thing you mentioned before real? Is it really possible to completely change a person's gender? It's real. Compared to reversing karma, changing a person's gender is quite easy. Actually, you don't even need me to do it. You can do it with your own undead surgery. All you need to do is change a few organs and adjust your hormones. You'll be able to do it in less than an hour. Indeed, unlike modern organ transplants, where I had to worry about organ rejection, infection, and poor nerve contact, undead surgery could be used to easily cut and piece together organs. Any adverse reactions could be resolved with magic, and the technology was quite advanced as well. I paused in surprise upon hearing this. Actually, with my surgical skills, I could even change heads and organs as I pleased. Gender reassignment surgery would be quite simple. But after thinking about it for a moment, I decided to give up on creating a traditional Dark Ranger Queen. You've thought of it as well. Yes, changing one's gender isn't a problem, but not becoming blind after changing one's gender is a problem. Do you think that reality is like those useless Japanese anime that casually transforms a tall and muscular man into a beautiful woman? That's far too illogical. Logically speaking, since a man was originally a muscular man, it would be normal for him to directly transform into a muscular auntie. Also, just think about the terrible hygiene conditions in medieval England during my military career. Even if a certain queen was a woman, she would still feel like a violent auntie with a mouth full of vulgarities and vulgarities. Cute girls and whatnot are just otaku's fantasies, right? Didn't someone make a proof that a certain queen was actually an ugly bald man? I feel like I should apologize immediately, otherwise I'll be killed. By the way, if that's the case, Hua Mulan has been in the army for so many years without being discovered. Is it because she looks like a man? I think I should stop here. Cough, cough, I accidentally went astray. Actually, gender reassignment surgery wasn't difficult at all, and plastic surgery wasn't a big deal either. But when I thought about how the soul of a rough and strong man was hidden inside a slender beauty, and how that crisp yellow voice came from a man who was digging his feet, I didn't feel cute at all. Instead, I felt disgusted. Kolos? Kolos' gender is Kolos. What's a man? If you were to ask this question to those bastards in Sulphur Mountain City, be careful that they don't beat you up. It is said that the number of members in Kolos's wooing club has already reached 5 digits. Those who haven't joined the club but have ulterior motives have probably reached 6 digits. Even if she doesn't become an idol, it has already become a new cult. That's right. That fellow doesn't seem to be too far away from here. Perhaps I can transfer him over for some eye candy to help out. All right then, I accidentally went astray. As I looked at that dark-skinned man who was currently looking at me from the top of a tree, I decided to give up on changing his appearance. He also didn't realize that he had just escaped a major disaster. Getting back to the main topic, now that the heavy responsibility on my shoulders had been relieved, I also had much more freedom. And right now, evil undead mages also had their benefits. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about what methods they would use. And so, that unfortunate Death Council priest told me everything from how old he was when he wet his bed. It's even more troublesome than I thought. The Death Council already knew about the ruins when the information was first leaked. However, they didn't pay much attention to it at first. They only sent out a small exploration team consisting of 3 to 5 high-level job class members to explore the ruins for the sake of operating expenses. The end result was that only one acolyte who was active on the outskirts of the ruins survived. This exploration team, which included a gold rank master, was completely annihilated before they could even send out any information about the enemy. Originally, the exploration team should have ended here, but an unexpected piece of news shocked the Death Council in the Solid Dukedom. There's a place in the ruins with incredibly weak dimensional barriers. It's an excellent place to open a dimensional door. An ordinary gold rank undead mage actually managed to summon a bone dragon in this place. And so, a new exploration team went on their way. Although this exploration team was tricked 3 times in a row, this time, not only did they bring enough sacrifices, they even brought a holy artifact that the undead emperor had bestowed upon them. The members were all elites, and they themselves were more than half of the Death Council's power. There wasn't just a single saint rank member. If this was bad news, then what came next was a new piece of news that was difficult to differentiate between good and bad. For some unknown reason, the road leading into the mountains had suddenly been blocked by the government, and it was even guarded by the royal guards. The only way to enter the mountains was to forcefully break through, which was why this exploration team, which had the strongest combat strength, was now blocked. Not only that, since the treasure map was sold by unscrupulous merchants and information peddlers, countless Sala dukedom adventure teams and adventurers swarmed into the mountains. The originally sparsely populated small town had now become a large market filled with people. Any newcomer would become a competitor in everyone's eyes. When I heard this news, I felt like I had been tricked. Originally, it was supposed to be a simple treasure hunt, but why did it turn into a major treasure hunt? Perhaps I would even have to fight against the government. At this rate, there would definitely be even more ridiculous things waiting for me in the future. Wait a moment. In that case, the Death Council's priests will also be at that small town's checkpoint. They'll definitely try to break through. Perhaps I can use them to pass through. As I looked at the obedient Death Council worshippers before me, I gradually came up with a method that I was already quite used to. Perhaps, as long as I used it properly, the Death Council's incredibly strong combat strength would actually be a good thing. The pure power of death transformed into a roaring skull in my palm. The mark of death was the best evidence of my power. Little brat, you should have died. Becoming my experimental subject was your only possibility. But now that the situation has changed slightly, I have a suggestion. Perhaps you'll volunteer to help me. Of course, you don't have to be willing. I'm still lacking experimental materials. Although he was a Death Council worshipper, This middle-aged priest, nodding furiously, seemed to fear death as well. After making some arrangements and having the others deal with the villagers, I finished up with the trivial matters at hand and directly returned to the camp's tent to rest. Even though it was already night, the sounds of people in the camp didn't stop. The villagers who had just escaped were still in a state of excitement from escaping a sea of suffering during the day. But when night fell, they calmed down and thought about their family members who were no longer here, as well as their ruined homes. I didn't know where the first sound came from, but when this suppressed sorrow spread, the entire camp was filled with the sound of crying. An old man hugged a child and sobbed quietly. A woman thought about her man and cried loudly as she worried about the future. A young man thought about how he would never see his family again, and his tears couldn't help but fall down. In this cruel world, such things were far too common. The experienced adventurers had long since expected this. They would either hide in their tents and plug their ears or go to sleep before anyone else did. For the young adventurers, this would be quite difficult for them to get used to in such a short period of time. Katerina silently sobbed as she leaned against her adoptive father, as if recalling her own bitter experience. The Northlands trio had different reactions. Mary had an unpleasant expression, but the dark elf was already used to parting. She took off her heavy armor and climbed onto a pine tree branch in the campsite. She took out a 5-stringed wooden harp and lightly sang a soul-sending song in the elven language. A melodious and calm foreign tune echoed in the campsite. This tune had a hint of farewell, but it wasn't sad. However, the crying became louder. The youngest Nephilic judge, Thor, had an expression of confusion. This was a real adventure. Compared to the epic adventure that he had been looking forward to in the past, this seemed to be quite different. According to the legends, shouldn't the villagers who were rescued offer flowers and kisses? Why were they so sad even though they had just obtained freedom? The elf's soul-sending song was still echoing in his ears. The scene before him was constantly challenging his understanding. The mortal's sadness told him that the great adventure that he had dreamed of wasn't as simple as it seemed in the books. The villagers, who seemed like the background of a legendary story, also had their own lives, sadness, and happiness. Perhaps their little bit of happiness wasn't even worth mentioning in front of the nobles, but that was all they had. They didn't have anyone to return home to. Even the villagers themselves had almost become slaves. There was nothing wrong with crying and venting a little, right? There was no need for flowery rhetoric. The pain of losing one's family and home would be felt by the good. The gnome's usually comical expression became serious in front of such sincere sorrow. He hesitated, as if he wanted to do something to tell the villagers that there was still hope in the future. Let them cry. What can you do? Say some insignificant words of comfort? Don't disturb them. However, he was pulled back by his companions. Mary, who also had an ashen expression, was also quite displeased. This wasn't the first time she had encountered something like this. She knew that any consolation from an outsider would only make things worse. However, Saul suddenly shook off his companions' hands and ran over to them with his short legs. I am not here to comfort you. I have a type of power here that doesn't require any natural talent. Even an ordinary person can learn it. It can protect you and prevent something like this from happening again. The gnome was nervous to begin with. He was already stuttering, which made his speech even more incoherent. However, as he poured his emotions into this power, he became more and more courageous, and his not-so-loud voice became even louder and clearer. Yes, the power of law will definitely protect you. This is the purpose of that Lord's creation. He didn't create this power to provide the strong with a new tool to bully the weak. Law and the power of law are both for the sake of protecting and rescuing the weak. This is a power that anyone can try to grasp. He created this power for the sake of protecting and punishing sinners. Saul took off the chain around his neck and placed the symbol of the scale in his hand. The next instant, a silver glow ignited on it. As holy fire swirled around it, The pitch-black clouds were parted. An array of silver light shone down on the gnome's body. It seemed as if an invisible eye was watching this place from the sky. A miracle that has a minuscule chance of happening? No! The pillar of law of the Hades will never rest. Anyone can seek justice and rescue from it. We don't blindly worship the gods, but we respect the gods of the Hades, because they give salvation and protection to the weak and punish the unjust. Saul opened the bag on his back and handed over the law books and study notes to the villagers who were at a loss. First learn law theory, then start learning the difference between law and holy light. Midway through his sentence, Saul recalled the scene he saw in Sulphur Mountain City. Now he understood why the most basic books in the bookstore were always so popular. Many of the customers were old judges with decades of experience in law. Logically speaking, they wouldn't need these beginner books anymore. Now he understood why the judges and Justice Knight of Justice who just went out on official business would always go buy more books as soon as they could. Did you lose any of your books? No, I gave them to someone else. Spreading the law? That's great. You have new believers of law. Why don't you bring more? Bring more? No matter how much I bring, it won't be enough. Why am I telling you all this? You'll understand in the future. The memories of the past flashed through Saul's mind, and he smiled bitterly. This time he really understood. However, looking at the scene in front of him, he would rather not have understood. Perhaps when the entire world was so cruel, no matter how much he brought, it would be meaningless. Is it really possible? Even people like us can obtain power? Suddenly, a hurried question came from the confused crowd. It was a young and skinny boy who was barely wearing any clothes. He had just been hugging his grandfather and crying, but now his eyes were filled with hope. It was Saul's miracle and words that gave him hope for the future. Smack. Saul viciously slapped himself in the face. His face instantly turned red and swollen, but Saul didn't feel anything at all. He felt ashamed of his own moment of confusion. It's meaningless to me? Foolish Saul. It's enough as long as it's meaningful to them. The judges who just walked out of the school took a deep breath as they did their best to recall how their teacher had taught them. Saul then began explaining his own path of law to ordinary people, just like how he had thousands of seniors before him. First of all, you must understand what the power of law and law is. This isn't some powerful, offensive power behind Saul. The dark elf on the tree nodded slightly. Only now did she begin to acknowledge this companion of hers. The sound of the soul-sending song silently stopped, allowing the gnome's ear-piercing lecture to travel even further into the night. At the same time, in the largest and most luxurious tent in the campsite, the person who should have already fallen asleep reached out and pulled down the curtains, retracting his gaze. He picked up a handwritten book by his side and began to write down what he had learned today. This book was nearing the end and was about to be completed. The cover of this handwritten book was titled Unconventional Uses of the Power of Hades on Law Incantations, allowing low-level law mages to have a chance at survival against high-level law mages. Chapter 500. The next day, the sky had just begun to brighten, and the temporary campsite was already filled with the clamor of people. Those who had been traveling for a long time knew that there was a limit to the amount of time they could travel in a day. Setting out early in the morning seemed to have become a common rule in most situations. But when most of the people started to pack and prepare, someone ran over to say goodbye to me. Stay behind to help rebuild the village? Sure. My reply was very straightforward, so straightforward that Saul's face was full of surprise. In fact, there was nothing to guess. Saul definitely didn't stay behind just to rebuild the village. Since he had already decided to spread the seeds of law, it was easy for the seeds to wither. It was natural to take care of them while they were still weak. Moreover, with the protection of a silver profession, the villagers would have the courage to return to their homes. After all, bandits weren't the only threats in this world. Wild beasts and magical beasts were equally deadly. During the attack of the Swift Sword Group, the The militia that could only deal with the wild wolves were instantly killed. After that, because the bandits were few in number, all the strong men who could pose a threat were killed. The only ones left were the elderly who could be sold as sacrifices, as well as the more valuable children and women. If there were only these villagers, rebuilding the village itself would be a difficult problem, not to mention the dangers that they might encounter. On the other hand, if there wasn't enough security, they could only become wanderers and go to a bigger town to make a living. If they had some skills, they could still support themselves. But if they didn't do well, they could become beggars or prostitutes. If they rebuilt their homes, the fields would still be there. Maybe this year's crops would be harvested. With the compensation from the Swift Sword Group, at least they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. If they could live well at home, who would want to leave their homes? What about your 2 companions? Are they going with you? No, I've discussed it with them. They decided to go to the ruins to take a look. They should be needed there. I nodded. This was also what I expected. Then I handed him a piece of paper. Bring a few people with you. Rebuilding requires strength. Mercenaries are good at it. After they finish the rebuilding work, hire them to protect the town for a while. One person won't be able to do it. Barton's bet is 17 gold coins. Is this a gambling debt? Yes, this paper was a record of some gambling debts. I painfully searched for it for a long time before throwing him a small bag of gold coins. That's right. Even if it's a bet, it's also a commission. This is what I promised them. I've handpicked these fellows, and they're all experienced and trustworthy veterans. Don't worry about using them. Just as the little goblin was about to leave with a face full of gratitude, I continued. What a pity. Miracle Hand Timlad is probably the most knowledgeable engineer in the entire world. I've heard that he's already created a new path for goblin engineering. To a goblin engineer, being able to meet a great engineer was undoubtedly a precious opportunity. It was just like how a student from an art school could meet a great artist. Not only was it a meet and greet with an idol, but it was also a chance for one to improve greatly through communication. Timlad was no ordinary great engineer. He was a genius engineer who played a critical role in the magical engineering revolution. Countless goblins and dwarves viewed him as the wisest person in the eyes of the gnomes and dwarves. If Timlad missed out on this chance to talk to Timlad, all right, seeing how the previously grateful expression on the goblin's face instantly turned awkward, and feeling that the anger in the goblin's heart had turned into depression and helplessness, I smiled proudly. Humph. Since you're asking me to pay, how could I possibly let you leave so easily? You're so awkward. You're already paying. So can't you just happily be a good person? Tisk, I'm a good person to begin with. Yep, a good person who's more than 300 years old. Perhaps you'll be a good person for the rest of your life. What a vicious curse. I wish you a good cat for the rest of your life. The silly cat shook her head, seemingly uninterested in an elementary schooler's argument. Still, this brat is quite lucky. With your recommendation letter to Shueti, he'll definitely be able to rise through the ranks in the future. Ha! You don't understand those bastards from the 4 halls of justice. In their eyes, a good seedling that they value is equivalent to a newbie that needs to be repeatedly tempered. Someone that I personally recommend is equivalent to a 100% hardworking. You want to rise through the ranks? You'll have to torture yourself to death first. Although Thor's previous performance made me feel rather helpless, at least I was quite satisfied with his performance last night. That was why I intended to send a recommendation letter to Shueti, the current highest-ranked bishop of the Church of Law. He's no longer called the highest-ranked bishop. Last month, I received news that he's been changed to the highest-ranked judge. All the priests and priests of the law faction are now called by the judicial job class. However, Harlow's words attracted my attention. Restoring the Sulphur Mountain City era's first-ranked judge, second-ranked judge, and so on? Isn't this clearly breaking away from the old True Gods church system? How will the other True Gods churches react to such a drastic change in religion? It seemed that this was only a change in the way they addressed each other, but if one carefully thought about it, it meant that the law job class was going to replace the Church of Law's divine duties in the judicial system. This was the beginning of a religious reform that would remove the authority of the Hades. This also meant that the law faction truly believed in the law itself and not the God of law. This seemed like a small matter, but the significance was immense. It was basically the equivalent of declaring war against the traditional, true God's churches. It could be foreseen that the resistance would be even greater. No reaction. Not a single member of the Church of Law above the rank of bishop has expressed an opinion. Even though this was supposed to be a joyous success, Harlow's emotions were filled with worry, as if this was the worst possible news. No reaction. How is that possible? Oh, they intend to settle the score later. If Harlois expressed an opinion that was neither light nor heavy, it would be the equivalent of tacitly agreeing to the Church of Law's religious reform. Such a reform had already touched upon the foundations of the true God's churches. Belief in concepts and belief in the God of personality were natural enemies to begin with. Unless the God of personality intended to merge with the concept, they would settle the score sooner or later. Of course, it was also possible to treat this as a special case and ignore it. However, this was the equivalent of having a materialist among a group of religious believers, which would greatly increase their hatred and dissatisfaction. The God of Law and his churches don't even accept offerings or money. So why are you guys able to accept them? Also, they say that criminals will enter hell. But you guys say that as long as you offer enough money, you can enter heaven. Just who's right? They're also God's priests who possess divine arts and divine power, but they're able to survive on their own. Why are you guys able to live without worries, just by praying? Why? Perhaps by that time, even the Pope of the Holy Church wouldn't be able to answer these questions. In that case, the best way for the divine job class members of the true God's churches to deal with this would probably be to temporarily pretend that they didn't see these heretics and then settle the score later. Shuadi is still too impatient. It's still too early and he'll attract the hostility of the other neutral, true gods. Harlow stopped midway through his complaint. He chose that Minotaur, who had so many bad habits, to be the leader of the Church of Law because he had a steady personality and wasn't an impatient person. And even if he really couldn't stop himself, there was still Lilith, Cain, and the others to stop him. How long has it been since you last read religious magazines? All right, I know that you hate those things the most, so let me tell you. Those scammers followed the trend to scam money, and half of the magazines were filled with all sorts of religious slogans and preaching. Some bastards even added weak hypnosis runes to guide the readers to believe in their religion. Don't even think about making me pay a single copper for such a spiritual pollutant. Yep, it's just that it's not worth it. It's definitely not that I'm stingy. The last part of the story is completely lacking in momentum, and it also reveals the truth. Harlois really liked to subscribe to all sorts of preaching magazines, especially those from the elven gods. Fine then, it seemed that this silly cat wasn't any different from before. She even called me stingy and vengeful. Since 2 years ago, there have been many churches of true gods complaining that the law job class has taken over and invaded their parishes. Because of this, there have been at least 200 disputes. Last year, the number of complaints was more than 3 times that number. This year, how many are there this year? I could more or less understand what was going on after hearing this. We haven't even started yet this year, and there have already been more than 8,000 complaints. More than 90 churches have complained to more than 240 countries. Do you need me to summarize all of them for you? F***CK, doesn't nearly half the world object to the Church of Law? The entire world's public enemy? Now, I finally understood why the Church of Law's priests and Holy Knight would travel thousands of kilometers from the solid dukedoms, capital the moment the Church of Law members arrived in Anton Town. This was basically the Church of Law's reputation for poaching members. If it wasn't for the fact that the Holy War was still ongoing, it would have been quite a joke already. You're doing such a wonderful job. His gloomy mood was completely swept away. The other countries and churches' protests? Let them protest all they want. After all, there wouldn't be a civil war before the Holy War ended, and it wouldn't hurt if they were cursed at. Originally, I was worried that spreading the Church of Law would attract too much hostility. But now that there was hostility on such a large scale, it meant that the Church of Law had already spread far and wide enough. The Church of Law was already used to being treated with hostility. Many places are already calling the spreading of the Church of Law the Law Plague. I couldn't help but laugh at this. Indeed, from a certain standpoint, the spreading of the Church of Law did indeed feel like a natural plague. Let's take the villagers of Lanty village as an example. If Thor had successfully planted the seeds of law here, it was likely that several dozen low-level law job class members would have appeared in less than 2 years. And if one of the law job class members went to another village, perhaps several hundred law job class members would be born. And if the Church of Law continued to spread, it really did feel like a plague, like a cult. The original plan was that it would take at least 30 years to spread the Church of Law to the entire world. But it was accomplished in just 7 years. This is even more like a cult than a cult. In the end, the reason why the Church of Law job class was able to spread so quickly was because of its own special characteristics. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, anything that could give ordinary people power would naturally spread incredibly quickly. This was also the foundational reason why evil god churches were unable to do anything despite being banned. Believing in a true God was correct, but a true God wouldn't just casually give something in return. Meanwhile, evil gods would always be able to fulfill every request and improve in power much faster. In this world, actual power was far more convincing than any empty teachings. From a certain standpoint, the Church of Law was even worse than a cult. After all, a cult that worshipped devils, demons, and other such things would give you power and fulfill your wishes, but they would definitely cheat you of something more valuable. Meanwhile, the Church of Law could also give you power, but it wouldn't require any price. The Church of Law didn't need to establish a church, nor did it need to pray to a true God. It didn't need expensive religious rituals. The Church of Law only needed to believe in the fairness and protection of the Church of Law. Let's not talk about all those grand, empty words. This greatly reduced the cost of cultivation, as well as the difficulty of spreading the Church of Law. A small booklet would be far more difficult to guard against than any evil ritual. The Church of Law specialized in protection and punishment. It didn't have any offensive capabilities. The local domain lords would be delighted to see the birth of law job class members who specialized in protection in their territory. Perhaps law job class members couldn't be used to invade others, but they could protect their towns and chase away wild beasts and invaders. Not only that, these powerful law job class members who followed the path of law wouldn't threaten the domain lords' temporarily ruling status. On a deeper level, law job class members could even attack the local traditional divine authority and expand the domain lord's authority. From a certain standpoint, this was a competition between royal authority and divine authority. If it wasn't for the domain lords adding fuel to the fire and introducing each other, the Church of Law probably wouldn't have spread so quickly. The most important part was that the Church of Law had an incredibly low barrier to entry, and it grew rapidly. This caused mortals who desired to control their own fates to take the initiative to learn it. Of course, there would naturally be quite a few who pretended to believe in law for the sake of power. However, it would be impossible to master law incantations if one didn't have a devout and understanding of law. And even if one mastered law incantations, they would become arrogant after obtaining power and do something for their own selfish desires. God's law, the 7th sin of the 13 sins. Anyone who takes bribes, breaks the law, or neglects their duties shall be stripped of all their positions and demoted to a commoner. The lies of the past had become concrete reality. Wumian saying that he would always watch over you wasn't just empty words. Once you lost the power of law, you would never be able to obtain it again. And all of this was because of Wumians, who had already reached main god rank, and the Hades faction's main headquarters, the Hades Purgatory. Only with sufficient divine power would one be able to summon divine miracles as easily as possible. Last night's divine miracle caused several dozen people to choose the path of law, giving them the seeds of law, and more faith gave them more divine power. I previously mentioned that for true gods, the Holy War was both a test and an opportunity, and the God of Law seemed to have already grasped this opportunity. Perhaps, back in the day, Holy Light had also grown in such a manner. In the end, it completely went out of control, and the current God of Law was already tightly bound by the laws, destined to become a cog in the Hades. Since things have already reached this point, I might as well add some more fuel to the fire. And so I opened up my own letter and started to think of a letter to Shueti and Lilith. Chapter 501. The sky was now completely bright. After Thor and a few disgruntled mercenaries led the villagers on their way, the campsite was more or less cleaned up. It was also time for everyone else to set out. However, unlike what I had expected, the first to set out were the mercenaries. They were led by Mary and Winston, who were also mercenaries. Mary and Winston made up the majority of the group. According to my new plan, they would openly enter Starwood City, the capital of the New Knights territory. The fully armed mercenaries would naturally attract the attention of the adventurers, and they would act as a cover for another group of people in the dark. Old Barton was also among them. My mission for him was to not be afraid of trouble, and to cause trouble. Yep, that's right, I wanted him to cause trouble for me. Even if it was a trial where he could make a name for himself, it was still to cause trouble. Even if I don't go, I can guess at the current situation in Starwood City. Nobody likes people who stand in their way, especially those who stand in the way of making money. The solid dukedom's officials will definitely provoke both sides to hate each other. You can use your identity as an adventurer to provoke the officials and make a big deal out of it. Many people are just waiting for a fuse. With the dragon Lich supporting me, I really wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it. I was only afraid that it wouldn't be big enough. If the mercenaries were in the light, then the other group would be in the dark. The other group, or perhaps I should say 3 people and a ghost, was me, the anti-holy knight Tiana, and Catalina. Yep. There was also that Death Council disciple named Brad. As for that ghost, it was naturally the Dark Ranger Shink, who had already become my undead servant. There was a ranger, an undead mage, and a melee knight. There was a damage dealer, a tank, and a maid in charge of cleaning and taking care of daily necessities. Although we didn't have a priest who could heal us, and although we didn't have 8 job classes, this team was still quite balanced. Listen up. From now on, I'm the disciple of the great Lich slain, the legendary undead mage Caro. You, the maid Lena, and you, my personal guard Tiana. I listened to my mentor's instructions, and also because of my own ambitions, I joined the Death Council. The great Lich slain really did exist. He was one of the counselors of the Shilua Empire's Dark Knight Council, which had colluded with the undead emperors from the Death Plains. However, not many people knew that he had completely perished in the Undead Plains Civil War. It would be quite easy for someone to use one of Slane's relics and impersonate Slane's successor. Since Slane had connections with the undead emperors to begin with, it would be completely logical for him to have his disciple join the Death Council. Necromancers didn't need to find any reason to join the Death Council. The Dark Rangers under their command were undead themselves. As long as Tiana put away her identity as an anti-knight and disguised herself as an ordinary dark elf martial artist, they would be a standard evil team. They would naturally be able to gain the friendship of the Death Council and the enmity and vigilance of normal government organizations. As for bringing a maid with them, actually there were quite a few mages with strange habits who were difficult to serve. Although this would attract some unnecessary attention, Compared to the trouble this key might cause if it left my sight, it would definitely be better for me to slightly tarnish my reputation. As for the tragic scene when the father and daughter left, the joke about how Boss Huang angrily tried to steal a farmer's daughter, and the pitiful expression in her eyes as she cowered in the corner of the carriage, let's just forget about it. After those mercenaries disappeared from my sight, I began to get busy. Let's paint it black first. Pure color wouldn't mean anything. But if an undead mage really did ride this thing and appear on the streets of Starwood Town with those strange gargoyles, I would probably instantly become famous, and the rapid spread of interesting news would make any disguise meaningless. Of course, if I only painted it black, my skill level would be too low, and so I performed a small ritual. After I pretended to say an incantation, a certain river and part of the river connected to this place successfully, and a small hole in front of me was filled with some reddish-black blood. Then I took out some white gemstones, jades, and tossed them into the blood pool. Demon transformation. The gay gargoyle was directly tossed into the blood pool, and the white gemstone sank into his forehead. The next instant, a large amount of blood was absorbed by the gemstone, and then the gargoyle's entire body began to distort. Thick black hair grew out of his face and limbs, and his gemstone eyes glowed with a pitch-black light. His white, elf-like skin shattered, and his original magic runes and stone parts actually merged with the black blood in the blood pool, becoming new muscle tissue. Soon, the gargoyle's final human form was gone. He was now 2 feet taller than he originally was, and his muscles were abnormally muscular with strange magic runes. The horn on his forehead and his gemstone eyes gave off a ferocious light, and his original feathered wings had been reconstructed into demonic black wings. His entire person had transformed into an evil demon from hell. In the eyes of others, it was as if a handsome elf had been tossed into the blood pool, but what came out was an ugly demon. It could only be said that this was an extremely evil and terrifying magic spell that could transform an undead creature into such a state. Catalina had already finished hiding behind Diana's back. It wasn't any high-level incantation or magical ritual, but I was probably the only one in this world who could do such a thing. After all, these materials and rituals weren't from the mortal world. After the experiment was successful, I sent other gargoyles in. This time, the female gargoyles didn't turn into ugly demons. Although their faces and skin were covered in magic runes, and their skin had become much darker, they still retained their beauty. In contrast, the cute little curved horn on their foreheads and their red lips, which had become even more alluring, made them seem more real and alluring. This wasn't something I intentionally did. It was just a natural characteristic of the ghost race. The males were strong and mighty, while the females were beautiful and moving. However, seeing how everyone else was looking at me, it was likely that I couldn't take off my gentleman hat anymore. After all, these naked gargoyles that belonged to me were already my precedents. I helplessly shook my head and ignored the silly cats snickering through our soul connection. It would seem that some things would be difficult to escape from. Now, it was time for proper business. One undead creature after another was tossed into the blood pool, and their appearances underwent fundamental changes. In the end, the ghost carriage and the unicorn also completed their transformations. Our group had now completely transformed into the evil faction. Even if the mercenaries were still here, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize us. Let's go. We'll talk on the way. Starwood City. Calling it a city would be too much of an exaggeration. As the capital of a knight territory, it was indeed the largest city in the territory. However, the title of knight was the lowest of all domain lords. So, the title of largest was actually quite pitiful. Starwood City had a population of 60,000 people squeezed into a small city. There were only about 100 city guards, and the city walls were only slightly more than 3 meters tall. The domain lord's residence was nothing more than a tattered bunker without any heavy defense machinery. The only local specialties were the local crops and stone-like black bread. It couldn't be any worse. After the news about the treasure map spread, this super remote city suddenly received many visitors. Not only were all the inns full, even the residences were full. In fact, many tents and temporary camps had even appeared outside the city. Not to mention, there were also the Sala Royal Army stationed outside the city. In just a short period of time, the city's population had nearly doubled. The atmosphere in the city was quite tense. Passers-by hurriedly came and went. It could be said that a storm was brewing. Meanwhile, in a temporary camp outside the city, my team was currently resting and organizing. Shink had taken Brad to the city to leave a communication imprint. We could only wait for them to come find us. Finding an evil cult that was skilled at hiding itself wouldn't be that easy. Barton's group had already entered the city. However, it still seemed rather peaceful. However, the camps in the outskirts were rather chaotic. That was because many treasure hunters were desperados. Not to mention, the fact that the path into the mountains had been sealed off made everyone even more frustrated. Murder, robbery, gambling, and other crimes were all good ways for desperados to vent their frustrations. And since I was here, the demons would appear at night. The nighttime here had been slightly quieter for 2 days, and I had more undead materials in my storage. Of course, I was riding in a ghost carriage, bringing so many strange-looking, high-level undead into the city in such a high-profile manner. Plus, I had Shink execute a few troublemakers as an example to the others. I had gained quite a bit of notoriety in this area. This would probably make it easier for the Death Council to confirm my identity. During a critical mission, a helper who suddenly appeared would always be suspicious. If the Death Council came looking for me of their own volition, then it would naturally be much less suspicious. While I was waiting for the Death Council to come looking for me, a familiar person actually came looking for me right before the Death Council arrived. Chapter 502. The Boulder Heavy Infantry Squadron was the Solid Dukedom's undefeatable shield. They were also the Ace Heavy Infantry Squadron with the title of Royalty. These heavy infantry soldiers were all huge men who were over 2 meters tall. Many of them had barbarian or beastman bloodlines. They had undergone training and were skilled at using heavy axes, spears, and tower shields. They were especially skilled at forming battle formations to defeat stronger enemies. During the military reforms several years ago, their alchemists had combined these weapons together. This heavy military uniform, known as the Thunder Axe, and shield was known as a lethal weapon on the battlefield. Yet, this was also a product of magical engineering. When the revolution of the new generation arrived, nobody would be willing to allow themselves to fall behind. Even a certain muddle-headed dynasty had spent a large amount of money to create a modern fleet of ships. Facing the new generation's changes, the Solid Dukedom's royal family gritted their teeth and opened up their national treasury. The Boulder Heavy Infantry Squadron was one of the first to benefit from this. If I had to give an evaluation, this shield of Solid Dukedom would probably be rated as an average level 3 silver-ranked weapon. Although all aspects of the shield of Solid Dukedom had improved greatly after the Dawn Era, this was still an excellent evaluation. With such a group of strong men blocking the mountain path and setting up sentries, it was likely that even thieves would be unable to pass through. Forcefully breaking through would be the equivalent of declaring war against the Solid Dukedom. Thieves would only be waiting to be on the wanted list. It was no wonder that the adventurers had such a headache. However, for me, breaking through this so-called blockade wouldn't be difficult at all. There were many of them, and they were quite strong. They could indeed seal off the ground. I could simply fly over. For ordinary small countries, aerial night soldiers were quite expensive and impractical. A single aerial knight would cost enough to support an entire squadron. Not only that, the young and eggs of various flying magical beasts would often be highly sought after on the black market. However, after the Dawn Era, aerial knight soldiers became much more approachable. Not to mention those aerial magical beasts with astonishing appetites. Magical engineering products could also be used to create aerial aircrafts and battleships. Of course, the price wouldn't be low, but at least there would be channels to obtain them. And once other countries had organized aerial knights, no matter how reluctant they would still have to purchase them. From a certain standpoint, this was also another world's military competition. Of course, some unscrupulous merchants wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Due to the participation of some unreliable fellows, a batch of goods that couldn't be evaluated normally flowed into the market. The cheapest flying equipment for individual soldiers. It doesn't require any additional equipment slots. It's as comfortable as undergarments. It's small in size, light in weight, and consumes less energy. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and buy Flying Pigeon 2. Don't be fooled by the advertising slogan. He wasn't lying. It was indeed as comfortable as underwear. He was underwear, steel jet underwear. The principle was similar to a power backpack. It was convenient to carry it on one's body, and it also consumed less energy. It was perfect, no way. The high temperature of the jet would make the lower part of the body as comfortable as a volcano. And even if you had to endure this, the Flying Pigeon number 4 indeed solved the problem of high temperature. The scene of your but spewing colorful flames and smoke into the sky couldn't be more beautiful. It was said that even if some people were tricked into buying a batch of the Flying Pigeon number 4, those first-rate warriors would reject it after trying out. Of course, the Flying Pigeon number 5 was the weirdest of the weirdest. There weren't any trial products for promotion at all. But for arms dealers, not only could they recover their research funds, but they could also test the products in actual battles. It wasn't too profitable. All right, after saying so much, I roughly knew what was going to happen. In the 5th year of the Dawn Era, which was 2 years ago, when Sasa Dukedom learned that its neighboring country had purchased a large number of power backpacks, it dispatched an arms procurement specialist. But it was a pity that the procurement specialist apparently didn't hear the joke of the classic flying underwear. Instead, he purchased them according to the advertising slogan and instruction manual. The lucky ones were that the flying underwear was proven to be an utterly foolish decision at that time. The products were all taken off the shelves. The unlucky ones were the Sasa Dukedom's procurement specialist. He was also tricked by the advertising slogan and gave up on the increasingly mature power backpack system. Instead, he directly bought the replacement for the flying underwear, the flying skateboarding shoes. All right, it would indeed look cool to fly in a pair of flaming boots. However, the prerequisite was that the boots were controllable. Reality proved that the flying skateboarding shoes were an even more foolish idea than the flying underwear. At the very least, the flying underwear could be touched by the hands and could be controlled. As for the boots, let's not talk about how one would have to lower one's head to touch the shoes while in midair. It would be possible to change the angle of the flying underwear's propellers at will. If one really bent down and changed their center of gravity, they would be able to enjoy a hellish chain of flips in midair. Outsiders might find this comical and funny, but for warriors, it was impossible to laugh at, especially when several young people directly fell to the ground. However, this didn't mean that the designer was too foolish. After all, in a certain dimension, there were flying tanks, self-destructing hunting dogs, balloon bombs, airship bombers, and other strange weapons. These weapons were all powerful weapons used to kill one's own people. Most of the time, the design would be correct. However, as long as there was even the slightest flaw in the actual technology or operation, the exquisite design would become utterly foolish. This was especially the case in this world, where aerodynamics, fluid mechanics, and other theories didn't exist. Designing flying equipment itself was a bit like trying your luck. After all, after a series of ridiculous products, the jetpack that I had drawn the blueprint for was still the most practical. After all, this was also a mature product that had been proven over time in another world. Mature arms merchants would usually buy and sell classic weapons that had been tested in actual combat, rather than new weapons that looked cool and cheap. Obviously, buying such a thing would be incredibly foolish. However, the market would always mature by constantly being scammed and scammed by others. In the beginning, when the international arms market was still quite chaotic, it was always necessary to pay the tuition. However, it was said that the person who bought this jetpack was a member of the royal family. How could the royal family allow these weapons to rust in a warehouse after traveling thousands of kilometers? Wouldn't that be proof of the royal family's stupidity? In the end, these weapons were forcefully given to the frontline troops. Not only that, there were actually people who used them. Someone would always be able to think of a solution. It was just that the posture was rather foolish. Since it was impossible to control the switch beneath my feet, wouldn't it be enough for me to use a long pole/thin string to control it from afar? All right, they indeed flew upwards. After a long period of training, they were able to control their own direction. However, they were flying in the sky while holding 2 poles/long strings in their hands to adjust their direction. Their 4 limbs were all tied up. Apart from scouting, they couldn't even think about doing battle. By the way, although flying seemed quite foolish, this method of controlling it actually spread far and wide. Many people, unlucky bastards, who also bought the soaring boots, used this method to control the boots. This could be considered making good use of trash. And as far as I knew, apart from the gnome delivery companies, only Sasa could fly in the sky with these boots. Even if I didn't summon a bone dragon, they wouldn't be able to stop me if I had a gargoyle carry me in the sky. Could it be that this is the reason why those Death Council members went looking for dragon corpses? They need a large bone dragon that can fly over a mountain range? All types of flying mounts had their limits. Flying required 10 or even 100 times more energy than walking on the ground. This was determined by the natural laws of gravity in this world. Flying beasts required large amounts of heat, and flying magical machines required additional energy to replenish themselves. Even undead creatures couldn't fly endlessly. Ordinary gargoyles couldn't fly very high. Not only would their bodies be damaged if they flew for too long, they would also need to replenish mana for their soul cores. This limited the furthest they could fly. Ordinary flying magical beasts also needed to replenish their flesh and blood. Only legend-ranked undead like bone dragons could easily break through the mountain range's limits. Bone dragons weren't easy to deal with. Every bone dragon represented the death of a gigantic dragon. Without a dragon corpse, how are they supposed to create bone dragons? It would also be inconvenient to bring bone dragons around in human countries. Many scattered pieces of information seemed to be connected together. My goal was now clear on paper. No matter who entered the mountain range, I could reluctantly accept it. However, the Death Council couldn't. The moment they entered the ruins and successfully opened the dimensional door, it would be the equivalent of starting a new war. While the Solid Dukedom was forcefully preventing adventurers from entering the mountain range, many adventurers secretly contacted each other. And when I arrived here as a legend-ranked undead mage, I also received an invitation to a private meeting to discuss how to break through the blockade. It would seem that many people were already eager to make a move. But just as I was preparing to go to the meeting, I received an unexpected piece of news that gave me a pleasant surprise. Tim Ladd is here? Tim Ladd had been quite arrogant when he arrived. He brought along a small assault airship that streaked across the sky like a meteor and directly landed near our campsite. Soon, he used those messy things to find me in front of him. I felt rather complex emotions as I looked at his familiar, yet unfamiliar face. Back when we parted, little Tim Ladd had only been around 9 years old. Now that 7 years had passed, it would be normal for him to be around 16 or 17 years old. The snot-nosed child in my memories had now become a handsome young man. But it's fine if he's taller than me. After all, he's still in puberty. What's the meaning of only wearing underwear and having muscles all over his body? Did you also join the Wild Bull sect? Or has that evil cult already spread to the entire country? My angry roar was filled with fear. The little boy who was obsessed with his older sister in my memories had instantly transformed into a muscular bro. This change reminded me of certain bastards, which made me feel even more uneasy. Could it be that Shuedi and Eaglestorm had truly succeeded in spreading their way of life? The entire Northlands and the Mist Alliance's higher-ups had all become such strange creatures? His thick and hoarse voice was clearly in the process of changing his voice. There was even a small mustache under his nose that he purposely kept. He lifted the tool belt that was connected to his white underwear, rubbed his fur muscles, and then smiled in a simple and honest manner. Big brother Roland, don't think too much into it. I'm still quite normal. It's just that I've been playing with machines for the past few years and moving heavy things every day, so of course I've trained my muscles. As for my clothes, the temperature gets high with so many machines, and it's quite uncomfortable to work in such a hot place all the time. It's better to work like this. I rushed over as soon as I received your letter, and I didn't even have time to change my clothes. I heaved a sigh of relief, but the next instant I became nervous again. Look, since I'm already full of muscles, the correct training methods and scientific fitness equipment have created my perfect muscle ratio. I was the runner-up in last year's bodybuilding competition. Plus, I'm quite skilled in engineering, so I'm quite popular with girls. He puffed out his chest muscles and showed off his biceps. All of these were standard bodybuilding movements. What was with bodybuilding competitions? It would seem that the bastards left behind by Omar were still harming the Mist Alliance's youths. When I get back, I'm going to throw those bastards into a frying pan. I shook my head and tossed all these useless thoughts to the back of my mind. Perhaps Timlad's great transformation was actually a good thing. Little brat, put on your clothes and get ready to go. It's probably impossible for anyone to connect you to the genius engineer. Come, accompany me to a meeting. Let's meet the adventure's leaders. Chapter 503. A familiar face, a slightly familiar voice, and a completely unfamiliar body. This was the first impression that Timlad gave me. The letter was directly sent to you? You didn't tell anyone that I was here, did you? Of course. I came here immediately after receiving the letter. Is there really a ruin from the Halettum generation? Of course. Otherwise, why would I ask you to come here? That maid who's with me should be a pure artificial soul. Didn't you notice? Is that for real? Back then, now, that wasn't the direction of my research. I heard that my research on pure artificial souls hasn't been going well. You've already achieved some results? Not going well. It would be strange if little Timlad didn't have any secrets at all since he was able to reach his current level. It would be impossible to hide the mysteries of his soul from him. However, there was no need to worry about certain things, especially after I made a contract with the God of Wisdom. Our cooperation had reached a whole new level. Now that some things were laid out on the table, little Timlad's identity wasn't a big deal anymore. But after I learned about his identity, I found it rather strange that he didn't know anything about artificial souls. According to what I knew, in the largest ruin of the Halettum generation, there was a tombstone with the 3 major crimes of the Halettum generation inscribed on it. Of course, it wouldn't be wrong to call them results: the Halettum generation's immortality, artificial souls, and the creation of life. But now, little Timlad actually told me that their research on artificial souls hadn't been going well. This undoubtedly piqued my curiosity. Yep, it hasn't been going well. Actually, it's still a problem with the foundational nature of the soul. Apart from the creator goddesses, nobody is capable of creating the foundational nature of the soul. It's impossible to create a soul through pure calculation. If you want to create an artificial soul, activate it, and make it a living soul with all sorts of emotions and the possibility of evolution, you'll need to fuse more natural souls into it. That's obviously an evil idea. Isn't that the same as undead mages? Using souls as materials to create new soul creations, playing around with souls and physical bodies. Wasn't that something only undead mages could do in the past? That's right. We worked so hard to create innovative technology, but it was actually left behind by someone else? That's basically an insult to the Halettum generation's technicians. But as far as I know, at least before the end of the Halettum generation, there shouldn't be any major improvements in this area. I nodded. I could barely count as an expert when it came to researching souls. I could also make some guesses about how the Halettum generation created artificial souls. From Timmy's words, it was obvious that their artificial souls used pure computing power to form logical abilities. But, just like the computers in other worlds, no matter how much computing power they accumulated, they still wouldn't be able to be called a complete human without a qualitative change. Now that you mention it, it's somewhat similar to the tower spirit. It can make logical deductions, but it doesn't have a sense of self or emotions. What do you mean similar? It's all a set of techniques. Do you think those mages don't know how to rob graves? Pooh. I instantly laughed out loud. The image of a mage wearing a gold-rimmed monocle and wearing mage robes was instantly replaced by a simple and strong man carrying a shovel. Actually, many ancient techniques and magic spells were created in such a way. It wasn't wrong to say that mages were skilled at being unlucky. Some lucky thief, mountain dweller, or farmer would accidentally discover a ruin, and then the news would spread, causing the mages to flee faster than anything else. By the way, this place wasn't too far away from the mage country. Could it be that a mage organization had joined in as well? If that's all, it shouldn't be considered a taboo, right? As far as I could recall, the Halettum generation had been destroyed by a divine punishment. Since the Holy War was a periodic cleansing system, the gods were quite displeased with mortals. Normal, suicidal behavior wouldn't be punished by a divine punishment. It's fine if it's just this technique, but the Halettum generation just happens to have invented artificial physical bodies and soul preservation techniques. You know about the Sky Tower, right? Yep, the Sky Tower in the sea or something, right? That's actually a soul preservation center. There are countless small rooms in the tower that contain the brains and souls of the Halettum generation. The Halettum generation can still be researched there. It's just that they're waiting to be reborn. Reborn? I seem to have heard an interesting term. Timlad's explanation helped me understand just what the Halettum generation's great engineers had done back in the day. Unlike the mage's archaeological analysis of the Halettum generation, the Halettum generation's great engineers weren't idiots with no foresight. It was impossible for them to do something as foolish as make their entire population immortal. After all, anyone with even the slightest bit of foresight would know that there was a limit to how much the world could contain. However, the Halettum generation's actions were still quite excessive. They would evaluate the value of humans, and anyone who reached a certain threshold would be directly immortal. Everyone else would have to wait in line in the Sky Tower to be reborn. Their value would determine how long they could live and how long they could be reborn. The Halettum generation's population would increase or decrease based on society's needs. With this method, the Halettum generation's expansion speed was indeed the same as the Halettum generation's population. However, there was something that the Halettum generation hadn't thought about. In that case, wouldn't it be the equivalent of all souls being imprisoned in the Sky Tower? The Halettum generation would only have newborns coming out of the cycle of reincarnation, but no dead people returning to the cycle of reincarnation. The Halettum generation's total number of souls would continuously increase, which would definitely destroy the balance of the world. The Chaos faction would never allow such a unified civilization to appear. The decrease in the number of dead would directly decrease the River Styx's resources, which would directly threaten the cycle of the lower planes. The Order faction's gods. How could those who pursued the truth possibly worship the gods? How could a restricted worldview allow one to discover the truth of the world? That's why the mages and engineers only showed respect to the gods. Similarly, the Halettum generation didn't believe in the gods. In fact, some even began researching the gods. There were those who captured the gods. There were those who believed that the gods died due to lack of belief. There were even quite a few gods who tried to steal the divine seat. Quite a few gods died because of this. I didn't need to say anything else. If people wanted to die, they would die. If they wanted to die to such an extent, they would simultaneously offend two major factions. This directly affected the foundation of the Holy War, which also determined that the Halettim generation was destined to die. Back in the day, all 7 sky towers were destroyed. All the souls who believed that they had obtained immortality all entered the cycle of reincarnation at the same time. All records were lost. Even if the Halettim generation managed to survive the divine punishment, a fatal plague that targeted the entire species took away everyone's lives. The Halettim generation also met its end. Timlad's words sounded like he was sighing. However, he didn't feel much sorrow because he had personally experienced it. To him, he had only inherited the Halettim generation's knowledge and memories, not his own experiences. He was more sighing about how the Halettim generation's secrets and knowledge had been lost. There was no need to mention the past. However, if this was related to the future, it would be necessary to ask. Since Catalina had come from the ruins, there was definitely something strange about that place. So, you're saying that the artificial souls from back in the day were only similar to the Tower Spirit's technology, which required a large number of natural souls in order for the artificial souls to obtain a sense of self? Yes, but it's difficult to say for sure. After so many years, perhaps the technology has become even more complete. Right? Back in the day, we also had Tower Spirits. The Mage Tower's Tower Spirits were named after our Sky Tower's Tower Spirits. They were the greatest masterpiece of artificial souls. Their calculation abilities were astonishing, and they were capable of independently managing the countless living creatures within the tower. Did they have a sense of self? No, that was strictly forbidden. First, in order to create an artificial soul with a sense of self and emotions, all other natural souls would have to be destroyed. The stronger the artificial soul, the more natural souls would be needed. That would be the equivalent of mass murder. And once the 7 star saints, that's how the 7 Sky Tower's Tower Spirits were called, obtained a sense of self, it would be impossible to say who would be ruling over who. I couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. As expected, it wasn't only Earth's humans who were worried about being killed off by their own artificial intelligence. Human nature was truly universal. This plot is so familiar. Is the next scene going to be the Skynet battle against the Terminators? Beat. The title of Jinxer has been activated. My system always made such senseless jokes, and I was getting tired of them. Now that I thought about it, those Jinxers were all my system's fault. I'm not joking. Back in the day, the Halettim generation had more than just the 7 sky towers. The 8th, which is the largest sky tower, is already quite close to you. What? How do you think Catalina came to be? Damn. Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier? You didn't even ask. Cough. I should say that you didn't meet the requirements to activate the quest. Just how many random things do you think I have in my memories? In the deepest part of a mountain valley, the ruins labeled Z8 had already begun operating. The Civilization Reconstruction Project was its name. In order to keep it a secret, those who weren't related to the project had no understanding of this sky tower. The Halettim generation didn't lack wise individuals. Those who were knowledgeable had already seen their fate of destruction. So, of course, they would make preparations. This sky tower would only be activated on its own 2,000 years after the other 7 sky tower spirits had all died. Due to certain reasons, the Sky Tower Z8's first awakening didn't go smoothly, and it soon fell into a deep slumber again. More than 10 years ago, a rash adventurer entered the ruins and took away an important component, allowing the entire Sky Tower to begin operating once more. This Sky Tower even extended underground. Originally, it should have been filled with the souls and brains of great engineers, elite workers, and soldiers. However, more than half of the Sky Tower's rooms were now completely empty. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the underground, at the top of the Tower of Babel, in front of Z8's soul throne, a few black-robed mages were moaning in pain. Their skulls had been cracked open, and their exposed brains were exposed under the stimulation of electricity, revealing all of their secrets. However, the master of the sky tower ignored them. His gaze was now focused on the void, where a venerated guest was waiting for his invitation. Your Majesty, conservation, perhaps we already have a common goal. After a long while, there was a response from the void. At the very least, we now have a common enemy, those arrogant and hypocritical gods. Chapter 504. To tell you the truth, I keep feeling like there's something wrong with that scene. Why do you say that? Look, other protagonists are all so pretentious and face-slapping. Their basic style is completely different. I wouldn't be able to do that even if I had to, so I'm not envious of them. However, some developments are the same. At the very least, the main character will become more and more powerful. His status will become higher and higher, and he'll have more and more subordinates, more and more beautiful women. He'll become more and more powerful, and his reputation will become better and better. However, you're becoming weaker and weaker, and your status is almost non-existent. You're all alone now, and your subordinates have all run away. Beautiful women, cough, cough. At least you're becoming more and more like an antagonist boss. Yep, you're just short of a hero suddenly appearing and sending you back to your hometown. The silly cat's words seemed to be comforting, but they were actually filled with malice. However, they were quite appropriate in comparison to the current situation. I clenched my fists on the table, and my pitch-black cape covered my body and face. The only thing that was clear was probably the faintly burning shadow fire in my eyes. As a veteran undead mage, I was quite skilled at making others unable to understand me. On the second floor of this small and cramped house, an old oil lamp was the only source of illumination. The door was tightly shut, and the stuffy air and the smell of sweat made me feel quite uncomfortable. After all, there were more than 20 people crammed into this suffocating environment. Perhaps it was because the negative energy around me was far too overbearing. At the very least, there was no one around me. Only Tim Ladd, who was barely wearing leather armor and looked like a barbarian, was standing behind me. On the other side, Diana, who was dressed as a dark elf assassin, wore a veil, but her exposed chin was icy cold. It was as if she didn't care about the people on the table at all. She simply sat by the wooden window, silently playing with the short sword in her hand as she looked outside. I feel like there's no need to waste any more words. You all know why I've gathered everyone here today. I've asked a master to appraise this treasure map, and it's real. However, those bastards are blocking our path to riches. If it were up to me, I'd just kill them all. The one who spoke was a rather tall, brawny man with a face full of gray beard. He seemed to be at least 60 or 70 years old, but he only had 3 fingers on his right hand. If he remembered correctly, he should be the leader of the local mercenaries and the vice president of the mercenary union, Mongrel Tom Shull. He represented the will of the scattered mercenaries, and to his right, old Barton was drinking his wine with his head lowered. It seemed that he had indeed made a name for himself since Tom had brought him here. Mercenaries fought with their blades, mostly for the sake of money. It would be strange if they weren't tempted when they discovered that their hometown actually had such a large amount of wealth. And when these local tyrants banded together, it was only natural that only a veteran mercenary with a certain reputation could take charge. Before, old Barton had enough reputation, but his strength was still lacking. Since he was able to reach this position, he naturally displayed sufficient strength. The one who came as Prince Link, and your highness has royal guards with you. It wouldn't be good to clash with the royal guards, right? Peace brings wealth. Peace brings wealth. He had a plump body, a friendly face, a rather comical beard, and a protruding belly. No matter if it was his appearance or his temperament, he was clearly a merchant. Actually, he was indeed a merchant. However, he was the famous black market merchant Blayman. He had several mercenary groups under his command, and his power level was no weaker than a knight leader's. Merchants were all quite careful. It was obvious that the people gathered here were all criminals who would risk their lives for money. There would be no end to the consequences of offending the royal family. They would be able to run away after causing trouble, but Blayman's business was all in the solid dukedom. It was rather inconceivable that he would come here, but it was more understandable when I saw the person next to him. She was a woman. However, her entire body was covered in scars. Half of her face had been disfigured by a vicious sword wound. Only her bangs were intentionally covering half of her face. Not only that, she was covering the uninjured half of her face. She was basically intentionally trying to make everyone uncomfortable. This set of female armor seemed to be more for decoration than actual value. However, under the reflection of the light, one could see the unique orange-red color of enchanted adamantine. No matter what other abilities she had, being able to wear this set of armor meant that she was definitely strong enough to tear down walls with her bare hands. That was because this set of armor was at least as hard as 3 full sets of heavy armor. Blood Spear Selima was an Amazon. She was a female Amazon warrior that was at least at the legend rank. She was also one of Marquis Tarek's most trusted countesses, as well as the highest-ranked female general here. Perhaps it was due to her ugly appearance, but her only exposed eye always had an icy glint that was as sharp as a blade. It was impossible for anyone to look directly at her. She didn't hide her hostility or guard at all. She was most famous for her bad habit of massacring people after every major battle. Those who hated her directly called her the Blood Witch. Since her appearance was far too unique and she was far too famous, there was no need for anyone to introduce her. Everyone else instinctively kept their distance from her. They're together. Has Brightman already joined the rebel army? He's in control of several nearby prefectures' food and weapons. It would seem that the royal family is going to have a hard time. It was quite normal for these two to come to such a conclusion when they were together. However, the fact that they were able to attract a major character like Selima here also proved the authenticity of the treasure. Of course, there were other people sitting at the table as well. Some were the leaders of veteran adventuring teams, while others were information merchants and bandit leaders. However, none of them were as important as these 3. Originally, I shouldn't have been the most important person here as well. After all, I wasn't famous in the past. But in this world, power would forever be the best calling card. It was just that I was wearing the slowly burning hellfire, which seemed dangerous, but was actually even more dangerous. These people naturally stayed far away from me. Even Selima's single eye was somewhat wary of me. This was why I had the right to speak. This group of people had chosen a private house in the middle of the night to gather. Of course, it wasn't some kind of harmonious and friendly party. The only thing we were discussing was how to break through the imperial family's blockade. From a certain standpoint, this was no different from a rebellion. However, I was slightly surprised that I didn't see any representatives from the Death Council. Apart from me, not a single person here possessed the power of death. I didn't believe that they would miss out on such a good opportunity. Even if they couldn't come to an agreement, they could at least gather some information. But suddenly, Diana passed me a slip of paper from the side. There were several black runes on the paper that looked like scribbles. Allies in the ancient Leiden language? Who else would use such an ancient language? Oh, I was surprised for a moment, but then came to a sudden realization. The ancient Leiden language was the language of a species of demons in the lower planes. It had the connotation of corruption, and could be used in many high-level undead magic incantations. If it wasn't for the fact that someone specialized in undead magic and had to learn a high-level undead forbidden spell, they wouldn't have learned such a language. Before I could ask Diana who had sent the letter, I saw the fat old merchant intentionally touch the silver ring on his finger. It was an expensive dragonbone ring with black runes all over it. If the skull symbol wasn't enough to prove his identity, then the word allies written on his lips proved everything. It would seem that my efforts to have Shink contact the Death Council hadn't been in vain. My information had already been delivered. However, not only had the Death Council hidden themselves deeper than expected, they were even more cautious. This was both a contact and a small test. After all, my arrival was a bit too coincidental, so it was only natural that they would suspect something. I shot a questioning glance at Diana, and she nodded slightly. It would seem that the letter had been sent by this always amiable merchant of death, Brightman. It was said that more than 70% of the Death Council's believers would eventually join the Death Council. They didn't do so for the sake of power or anything else, but rather because they feared death and desired immortality. There were quite a few wealthy merchants and officials among them. It was indeed true that the richer one was, the more they feared death. And so I also wrote a few words in the ancient Leiden language on the letter. Death is fair, but sometimes sufficient wealth can buy the Hell God special permission. Not long after the letter was taken away, an attendant whispered something into Brightman's ear, causing his old face to smile like the Buddha himself. I couldn't help but laugh. It would seem that he didn't understand the true meaning behind the letter. No matter what permission the Hell God gives, I'm afraid that it can only reach a certain level of the inferno of Hades. Our little actions didn't attract much attention. After all, most of the people here were doing the exact same thing. Breaking through the Royal Army's blockade would definitely mean that there would be people who would become the vanguard cannon fodder. At such a time, if you didn't want to be a helpful warrior, then you would need more authority and allies. Forget about all the little notes flying around. The question, shall we go out, would most likely be answered with a yes and an affirmative answer. Don't get the wrong idea. They were just having a private meeting after making an agreement. Although it was indeed quite frightening for two muscular men to repeat such a line. And even if we managed to break through the Sala government's blockade and had a chance to enter the ruins, we would need to use our own strength to fight for the treasures. It would naturally be a good idea to make a few more friends at such a time. However, there was still no progress on the issue on the negotiation table. We need a temporary leader, or at the very least, a liaison. That's a good idea. Why don't you take on the role? Me. I think that you're quite suitable. Everyone knew that we would need to break through the blockade in order to have a chance to reach the ruins. However, everyone also knew that going against the Sala royalty in the Sala dukedom would be an absolutely foolish idea. That would basically be cutting off any chance of making a living here, and it would definitely result in a wanted order. Perhaps other people wouldn't be blacklisted, but the leader would definitely attract great trouble. Everyone was looking at Countess Bloodspear. After all, her faction had a falling out with the royalty, so it was only natural that she would take action. However, Countess Bloodspear simply sat there quietly. She seemed completely different from her rumored, irascible, and warlike personality. However, if she maintained her current state, it would be obvious that she didn't want to take action. I yawned and even extinguished the ever-burning flame on my body. It would be a waste of time to continue having such a boring gathering. Originally, if it wasn't for the fact that the various factions were constantly fighting against each other, they would only be able to establish connections in the first alliance meeting. There would be a lot of wrangling afterwards. I was even considering whether or not I should find an excuse to escape. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, and a young man and an attendant walked in. Ha, everyone's here. Hello everyone, I'm Link. I'm the one you've been discussing about dealing with. Prince Link proudly walked in. He turned around in satisfaction to look at the retainer he had just taken in. This retainer, who was born a commoner, was indeed quite useful. He actually managed to so easily find out where all the rebels were hiding. Everyone at the table had expressions of astonishment. There were already hidden sentries set up everywhere, so how did this guy get in? Just obediently surrender. My army has already set up an inescapable trap. Prince Link swallowed the rest of his words. He had an expression of disbelief as he looked at the broken sword protruding from his chest. He suddenly turned around to see that the obedient knight retainer was currently smiling viciously. Actually, you've always been our target. Your subordinates? They won't come. Their orders were to patrol the city. This was the first time Blood Spear Selima had spoken after so long. Unlike her frightening appearance, her mature and sexy voice stirred everyone's hearts. At this moment, those who were cowardly had almost fainted. Breaking through a city's defenses and murdering a member of a country's royal family were two completely different things. Everyone knew that they had been involved in an astonishing conspiracy. At this moment, Khan kicked away his lord's corpse and put away his sword, which was still stained with blood. He smiled viciously at everyone else. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly. A violent explosion shook the entire city, and I heard the dragon Lich's slow soul voice in my ears. I have good news and bad news. Listen to the good news first. The good news is that there's no longer any meaning in blocking the way. We no longer need to worry about not being able to reach the ruins. The bad news! We don't need to go to the ruins anymore. They're here. The undead calamity is here. Chapter 505. What happened to exploring the ruins and flirting with pretty girls? Why did it suddenly turn into a war scene? How did the leisurely daily vacation become a troublesome business again? Watch. Don't look at me like that. It wasn't me. I swear that I didn't do anything this time, and I definitely wasn't the one who caused this. I'm not a jinx. I didn't set up any schemes either. I wasn't the only one with hidden sentries. Right now, many people were watching the mountain pass. Everyone would immediately know if there was any commotion there. The undead are here. There's a battle at the mountain pass. In the sky, there's a bone dragon in the sky. There's also a gargoyle, the vanguard of the undead army. The next moment, spies from all the factions reported that war was about to break out. Everyone paused in surprise when they saw Prince Link's corpse in the middle of the room. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were dumbfounded. What's the royal army doing? Selima, who was the mastermind behind Marquis Tarek's faction, paused in surprise. Even though she was in cahoots with the Death Council, she was still a living person, and her goal was only the treasures in the ruins. As a living person, she would rather forget about the undead calamity. Ruins? What about the ruins? Knight Khan, who had just plotted to kill his new ruler, was also stunned. He had started out as a traitor and had never had any sense of loyalty to begin with. Now that he had finally gotten rid of the evil prince who had threatened his treasures, he heard such news. This was the equivalent of cutting off his path to power. This was like a bolt from the blue. As expected of Ro, Brother Caro, I'll never be bored following you. Only Timlad seemed quite excited, as if he was quite satisfied with his daily life. I glared at him. This really wasn't my fault. I didn't have time to do anything yet. Wait, no, I really didn't intend on doing anything. When the horn of war sounded, the highest-ranked person in this small city was the second son of the Grand Duke, Link, who was a member of the royal family. However, he was now an ice-cold corpse, and the murderer was the only lord of this territory. The royal family's army was the strongest army in this territory, and they would follow the royal family's orders and fight to the last man against the murderer who killed the Grand Duke. Even if there was still the undead army, the common enemy of the living, the distrust and bloodbath among the living was inevitable. Selima and I simultaneously looked towards Brightman. If this really was a scheme, then it was likely that only the undead and the Death Council would benefit from it. However, Brightman had a nervous expression as he stood up and kept waving his hands. This wasn't done by us. We don't know anything at all. If it was really done by us, we would have evacuated long ago. Crack! Us? Who are you talking about? Brightman, speak clearly. Amidst the chaos, I took a deep breath and lay down on the chair. I extended both my feet onto the table, and the dust kicked up by my boots caused the people around me to back off. What else was there to talk about? I had fallen into quite a pitiful trap this time, and I had even jumped into this trap of my own volition. This had nothing to do with me to begin with. I didn't believe that Brightman was lying. At the very least, The Death Council's goal had always been to bring sacrifices into the ruins in order to open the dimensional door to the Death Planes. They had paid a great price for this, but the dimensional door opened before the sacrifices even arrived. It was likely that something else had happened. The souls in the Sky Tower. Timlad's words helped me come to a sudden realization. The blood and flesh involved in the sacrificial ritual weren't actually the main point of the ritual. The souls that died in pain and filled with hatred were the true essence of the sacrificial ritual, as well as the energy source to open the dimensional door. And if the ruins were the Sky Tower, then there would already be enough souls. The remaining inferences were even simpler. Either the Death Council's believers left in the ruins opened the dimensional door to the Death Planes, or something had happened to the ruins itself. The size of the undead army? Since things had already come to this, there was no point in arguing about the reason. The most important thing right now was how to deal with the undead army. I can't even see the borders. There's at least 50,000 of them, probably 5 or 6 domain lords working together, or even 1 myth-ranked or higher undead. Right, there are also some undead that even I don't understand. If they aren't a new species that appeared in the last 300 years, then it's going to be quite interesting. A new species? Be more specific. Undead that even a dragon, Lich, couldn't understand? This immediately piqued my interest. Those undead all have some strange metal components on their bodies. It's almost as if they were pieced together. I don't know their combat prowess yet, but their soul fire is inconceivably powerful. It's as if they're made up of hundreds of ordinary souls. You should also know that souls are the foundation of the undead. Right? Their emotions are quite intense, just like living people. I didn't need to say anything else. The ruins had definitely changed. These undead creatures sounded like half-constructed, half-undead. Perhaps they were a new species. This was going to be quite interesting. Timlad, how many souls are there in the Sky Tower? How many? Back in the day, the entire civilization's dead were stored in the 7 towers. If those ruins were also the Sky Tower, there should be quite a few souls. Yep, if it really was a plan to revive the civilization, as you said, then the minimum number of souls would be in the millions. If it were in the tens of millions, we would have been able to afford it. If I was the one who planned the revival of the civilization, it would even be possible to invest 20 million souls. All right then, I really wanted to smash my head against the ground. If the number of souls required to open the dimensional door was in the tens of millions, then any type of undead would be able to pass through. It would seem that I would have to mentally prepare myself to face an undead emperor. Conservation? I also did some research on the undead emperor afterwards. It was either that this undead emperor was too low-key or that my information on her was outdated. However, an undead emperor would definitely be difficult to deal with. An undead calamity with an undead emperor was completely different from an undead calamity without an undead emperor. No matter how intense an undead calamity was, it would only be a local battle. Meanwhile, an undead calamity could cause the entire country to collapse and be destroyed at any moment. Any undead emperor would be highly skilled at destroying the world and spreading death. I propose that Lady Salima be the temporary garrison general. She'll lead us through this crisis. I agree. I have no objections. The scouts had already delivered the information to them endlessly. No one in the room was an idiot. Fighting for power at this time was the height of stupidity. Naturally, Bloodspear, who had experience in leading troops, was elected as the temporary leader. Can we retreat now? The moment the undead army scale was announced, some people were already wavering. However, none of the people at the table responded. This wasn't because they had any sense of honor, but rather because they might not be able to truly escape in this plain area. This was the only path to the ruins to begin with. If they lost this path, they would die even faster. Want to escape? Sure, they could have a powerful person guard this place and stall for as much time as possible. That way, everyone else could take this opportunity to escape. However, if this involved a battle between the living and the undead, any deserter's reputation would be ruined. And with such a powerful enemy in front of them, even if they were thinking of a way out, they couldn't say such a thing out loud. In that case, I'll be the temporary commander, then. Since all of you want me to be the leader, I'll say this first. The current situation is no longer a simple civil war in Sasa. Ever since the Dawn era, the undead calamity has destroyed more than 1 or 2 countries. Even if you can run, how far can you run? If you want to escape now, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. His single eye was filled with undisguised, murderous intent. It was a gaze that thirsted for blood. His declaration that he would definitely kill them was no joke. Since I'm the leader, then I'll only say 3 things. First, that idiot killed Link. He's an undead spy, and he has nothing to do with anyone else here. The moment he said this, everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was certain, many things would be easier to explain. Bitch, you're betraying. Khan was stunned for a moment. Before he could say anything, the dagger behind him was already aimed at his back. Even if he was a quasi-legendary level knight, he wouldn't be able to react in time when he was being attacked by 2 top-notch assassins. Just as he wanted to resist, his knee went numb, and he half-knelt. Bastards, you're all burning bridges after crossing the river. But just as he cursed and tried to stand up, 2 legend-rank assassins took control of his arms. Suddenly, there was a flash of silver light. This was a short, silver arrow that came out of nowhere. It directly pierced through Khan's throat, causing him to swallow all of his last words. Impossible. Khan's eyes were filled with confusion. He couldn't believe that his life had already come to an end before his mission of reviving his family had even begun. At this moment, Khan's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he covered the short arrow in his throat. He finally saw a black figure standing on the roof outside the window. That dark ranger was currently laughing maniacally at me. Apart from the burning hatred in his single eye, there was even more joy and fanaticism from getting his revenge. The glory and status that he had obtained through betrayal had also come to an end because of betrayal. All of his schemes and ambitions had become nothing more than bubbles. Shink was the last person he saw with his eyes open. The traitor had died because of betrayal, and the avenger had gotten what he wanted. Now that my soul connection with Shink was further recognized by the contract, everyone around me looked at me with much more caution. Would you believe me if I told you that this was just an accident? All right then, they all knew that Shink was one of my people. Perhaps, in their eyes, Diana had been keeping watch outside the window, but she had actually opened the window to prepare for an ambush. As for who she was preparing to deal with, at the very least, it definitely wasn't Shink before. Now that there was no need to forcefully make a move, it would be a display of strength. Perhaps it would be to forcefully seize power. The power of imagination was limitless. They definitely wouldn't believe me if I told them the truth, but right now, I directly told Salima. Actually, I'm just on vacation. Don't worry about me. Cough. All right. I have no objections to Lady Blood's spear assuming leadership. Please continue making arrangements. Time is precious. She glanced over but didn't say anything. She also knew that now wasn't the time for more problems to arise. The second part is that the situation isn't as bad as everyone thinks. Within a week, the royal family's reinforcements will arrive here. The one requesting reinforcements is Link. They've brought royal mages, night knights, and great engineers with them. Originally, they were here to reinforce the blockade here, or even to build a fortress. I never expected that those reinforcements would actually become our reinforcements. Many gazes turned towards the corpse in the middle of the floor. Who would have thought that this guy would actually do something good before dying? The last part? Salima's single eye was filled with undisguised killing intent as she looked around. We don't have time to slowly deal with the traitor. We need to eliminate the unstable elements in the city. Those damned evil cultists from the Death Council. They might open the city gates at any moment. Well said, yep. Eh, Diana, why are you pushing me? Why is everyone looking at me? Just as I was about to respond loudly to ease the tension, I looked down and discovered that my black robe was rather eye-catching. It seemed that my identity as a necromancer that I'd always proclaimed was a huge problem. Wait a moment, this isn't right. I'm not from the Death Council. He's the disciple of a legend-ranked Lich, the leader of the Death Council. I have evidence here. A heart-wrenching scream came from Brad. The undead calamity didn't care if you were from the Death Council or not. That arms merchant was already half scared out of his wits. The so-called evidence was the slip of paper with the Ride ancient language written on it. F***CK, can you not screw me over like this? Chapter 506. Did I shoot myself in the foot? I was already used to it. Did I set up so many traps only to fall into my trap? I was already numb to all this. I had originally thought that my luck would improve after I reincarnated, but it would seem that I had been overthinking things. Is this fate? System? Could it be that I'm really the legendary Lucky? Karma calculations are incredibly complex. The more things are involved, the more difficult it is to calculate. If you calculate it based on the fate and karma you're involved with, then you definitely aren't the so-called Lucky. You're Luxy. Oh, there's no one in this world who's more unlucky than me? It's not unlucky. It's the ability to cause trouble. When considering the karmic connections that are involved with creating Hades, you've probably become a bug in the world's operations. That's why it's absolutely true that there's no one more jinx than you. In that case, you really weren't trying to scam me when you tricked me and gave me those little quests that made me speechless. Fine, I get it now. You just wanted to find an excuse to laugh at me. It seemed that I had mysteriously obtained the passive ability of being a main character. I would cause trouble wherever I went. Unfortunately, I didn't have the treatment of a main character. I couldn't casually obtain beautiful women who would throw themselves at me, nor could I casually walk into a room and open a treasure chest filled with divine weapons. What awaited me was only the miraculous luck of catching a killer whale on a fishing trip, or the miraculous luck of walking to the battlefields during a vacation. Was it really funny? Well, that was probably the case for outsiders. At the very least, the silly cat was already rolling on the ground in laughter. She took out her notebook and jotted it down, but the scene in front of me really made it difficult for me to laugh. There were powerful enemies outside, and the city itself was divided into several factions. Even though I had nothing to do with this, I was still being treated as a thorn in the side of others. I've had enough. I lay down on the table and acted as if I was a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. You've had enough? Wonderful. Then let's flip the table. I just so happened to want to find a few battlefields to test out my new weapon. Damn, where did this Terminator come from? I turned around and was startled. His eyes were flashing with a blue light, and on his back was a 2-meter-long combination cannon. On his shoulder was a small magic crystal cannon, and on his muscular arms were 4 to 5 strange instruments. All kinds of data were flowing at high speed on the display screen. The ammunition belt on his waist was already full, and there were even 2 small machine cannons beside his feet. As for the others, I could barely understand them. What did the atomic energy symbol on the shoulder cannon mean? What exactly happened in this world? Could it be that the legendary mushroom egg was finally born? Are you really going to save the world? Your technology tree is completely crooked. What happened all these years? How did you turn a little Shota into a Terminator? My words caused Timlad, who was full of fighting spirit, to deflate. Please don't mention anything about falling in love with an older sister again. It's all because I was young and immature. Please don't use this as something you can use against me for the rest of your life. My title of Big Sister Lover has become the most resounding title, and even those bastards from the Gentleman's Alliance are using it as a substitute title. It's all your fault. Then is your older sister married? How is that possible? Who dares to touch my older sister? Haha, I'll send them on a space rocket. Don't misunderstand. I'm really not an older sister complex. I have a girlfriend. Although she looks quite similar to my older sister, I really didn't look for her on purpose. Although I like her face the most, that's not why I'm pursuing her. Tim Ladd, who had just been laughing evilly, suddenly reacted. However, he discovered that all our gazes were focused on him. The more he spoke, the more he tried to cover up. I had an expression of helplessness. This child was far too honest. The silly cat covered her face with her paws. This child was so honest that he didn't even have the face to see anyone. The system typed out an exclamation mark for the number of words used. Actually, punctuation marks didn't count, so she wouldn't be able to trick anything. While we were bored, the hostile crowd seemed to have surrounded us. Tim Ladd's sudden appearance of heavy armor made everyone even more vigilant. But on the other hand, our indifference actually made these people more vigilant. After all, being calm was something only the strong could do. What? Pretentious? That was possible, but they usually wouldn't live for too long. Perhaps this can prove that we're on the same side. I reached out with my right hand, and pure holy light gathered into a ball. The next moment, it transformed into a shining silver cross. Let me introduce myself again. I'm the legend-ranked Holy Knight Caro. My mission this time was to hunt down those bastards from the Death Council. These undead magic spells are all special effects created by Duong. I received information that these bastards intended to open the dimensional door to the undead planes, so I disguised myself as an undead mage and joined them. However, before I could even enter, the undead arrived. My mission this time can be considered a complete failure. The pure holy light had an incredibly good reputation. The Holy Knight's reputation was truly trustworthy. My words caused everyone to relax slightly. Not only that, I also had a trump card that they trusted. I had always been well prepared when I was out in the world. Look, this is my identification, as well as my military achievement medal. Harmful Books Fan Club membership card. Eating King Achievement Medal. Sorry, I took the wrong one. I remember that I left it nearby. It would seem that I needed to clear out my dimensional bag. My random identification had piled up into a mountain. I suddenly tossed it out, and it actually piled up into a small mountain. Draconic Language Level 8 certificate? I haven't seen it since I graduated. Simple Draconic Language is quite easy to learn, so there's no need to take the Level 8 exam at all. According to what they said, it's common for dragons to be able to speak the human language. Back in the day, I almost died trying to obtain the certificate, but it's basically useless after I graduated. The black certificate with the dragon's head emblem seemed quite amazing, but now that I thought about it, it was probably just a scheme of the Cloud Tower's Draconic language training classes. They used a seemingly high-class name to attract people to spend money, but in the end, they learned some useless words and ancient grammar that had been eliminated by time. In the end, they could only use it to fill dimensional bags after they graduated. Which one? Everyone seemed to have been frightened by my mountain of trash as they took 2 steps back. But since time was of the essence, they didn't have the time to waste with me. Nutrition Certificate, Undead Mage Certificate, Level 2 Priest Certificate, Contract Hero Certificate, Oak Defense Battle Honor Certificate, Lawyer Certificate, Self-Defense Guard Certificate, 300-year-old Archmage Certificate, 10 times the Ultimate Virgin Certificate, Bone Cooking Certificate. I really should have cleared them out earlier. By the way, did I find something that shouldn't be in this world just now? Cough, cough. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't a bug. It was just my system making fun of me. Finally, I found my thin white Holy Knight certificate to save money and Iron Skin Holy Knight medal to save money. Enough, I believe you. Apart from Holy Knight, no other job class would use such a certificate and medal. Actually, your holy light is proof enough. It's best if you use something to frame your certificate. It's almost rotten, so you should pay more attention to your identity. This was the result of having a 1,000-year-old shop. But it was also thanks to me that I had suppressed the date of the certificate's issuance. Otherwise, if the certificate was issued more than 300 years ago, people would likely suspect my sincerity in faking it. However, our ruckus helped to ease the tense atmosphere. The bloody countess glared at me. She didn't have any hostility, but she couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. There was even a tinge of fear and longing in her eyes. For her to feel such complicated emotions, it seemed that she had probably guessed who I was. After all, even though many people had attempted to fuse holy light and death magic after a certain incident, it was likely that only a few had succeeded. As long as one could tell that this death magic was real, it was only natural for them to have guesses. However, there might be other reasons for her to be able to make such a quick decision. Don't doubt my judgment. After the incident with the Hades, my racial talent, Stare of the Hell God, evolved yet again. Now, my eyes were capable of directly seeing through souls. Even some emotional fluctuations wouldn't be able to hide from me. Lies would be meaningless against me. This was also why I was able to instantly see through Catalina's true nature. From a certain standpoint, I was the one who benefited the most from the destruction of hell. And my greatest benefit was actually my completed soul. The strengthening of my soul helped my physical body evolve even further. The evolution of my various species' natural talents was only the most inconspicuous of all the benefits I gained from the destruction of hell. So what if you can see through soul fluctuations and emotions? A good pair of eyes is for a coward. If you have the ability, look in the mirror and ask yourself which girl you intend to choose. Running away isn't a solution. Just how much do you owe her already? This emotional color, purple with a tinge of red, with some anticipation and some displeasure. Is this the legendary Tsundra? Do you want me to look at her or not? It seems to me that you're hoping that I won't choose her. Didn't you volunteer to help me escape back in the day? My words were far too direct, and I immediately regretted them. What happened next was quite awkward. Neither of us knew what to say anymore. Cough, cough, Brother Roland, be more serious. We're at war right now. Fortunately, Tim Ladd still remembered that we were at war right now, so he reminded us that business was more important. Since there was no problem with my identity, everyone else had long since gotten busy with their own matters. Some were sending messages, some were sending out scouts, and some were sending out scouts. I only had 2 or 3 subordinates under my command, so I just stood there and watched. It wasn't that I didn't want to do anything. After the incident with the Hades, I obtained some recognition and was blacklisted by many factions and organizations. If any enemy discovered that I was here, they would probably set aside their mission of destroying entire countries and cities. Their top priority would be to kill me. That would be the same as actively escalating the battlefield, which would be far too foolish. I wanted to say a few more useless words, but suddenly a powerful wave of elemental energy stole all of my attention. An unfamiliar undead emperor? No, it's Zero, a Zero who's much stronger than before. I could see a gigantic black soul pillar in the middle of the mountain range. This pillar reached all the way into the sky, and its pressure was even faintly stronger than Osso's. Without a doubt, an undead emperor had descended. We were in for a big laugh. Although I could see it, everyone else was still busy with their own matters. It was obvious that they didn't have sharp senses. Cough, cough, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you choose? Everyone's attention was focused on me, so I smiled in delight. As expected, whenever I was in a bad mood and had trouble, I would always find someone to share it with. The good news is that we don't need to worry about not being able to find the leader of the undead army. I've already found her, so our plan to decapitate her is completely feasible. Fighting a war of attrition against an undead army would always be foolish. Decapitation would be the only choice in most situations. It was obviously good news to be able to find an undead lord or sovereign that we could deal with. Seeing the joy in everyone's eyes, I felt even happier. The bad news is that the enemy is an undead emperor. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. An undead emperor is at the peak of the undead plane. She's at the myth rank and she's undefeatable. She's here with half of the undead plane's army. We don't need to worry about any deserters among us, because it's impossible for them to escape. It'll be the same no matter where they escape to. Hey, don't have such a sad expression. Cheer up. We've already found her. At the very least, we won't be completely unprepared when facing an undead emperor's ambush. Can you stop causing trouble? Are you so unhappy that you can't see someone getting unlucky?